This Honorable House now resume its sitting. I wish to welcome to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives this Tuesday, May 19, 2026. As always, it's an honor and a privilege to do so. Today we will be hearing from the Minister of Labour and Social Security, as always, today we will be hearing from the Minister of Labour and Social Security, as well as members of Parliament from Clarendon Northern and South Eastern, respectively, who will be making their contribution to the sectoral debate today. I would from the constituencies of Clarendon Southeastern, Northern and Southeastern, whose members of Parliament are presented to So it's Clarendon Southeastern and St. Catherine Southeastern, whose members of Parliament are presenting today. Kindly be reminded that you are not to disturb the proceeding by clapping, banging on the ledge, or talking at volume which may be heard in the chamber. I also want to take time to welcome today Dr. Mavis Gilmore, former Member of Parliament and Minister for Social Security and Consumers Affairs. And I am told that she is 100 years old. Let us also welcome senior member, former Member of Parliament and Minister, Pearnel Charles Sr. Dr. 90 years old. Former Member of Parliament, Dr. Michelle Charles, sister to Minister Charles Jr., Dr. Elise Charles, wife of the Minister, Pearnel Charles, Dr. Winsome Gordon, Mr. Dana Sacchetti, head of the Jamaica Satellite Office World Food Program. Let us welcome them all with us today. I also want to welcome those of you who are joining us online via the various social media platforms, the PBCJ live stream, as well as all our other guests who are here with us in this gallery. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Green, Mr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Mrs. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Miss Morrison, Miss Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Miss Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Miss Tova Hamilton, Mr. Seabright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hinds, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahu Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, Dwayne Vaz, and Mr. Warmington.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as per usual for the sectoral debates, I'm going to move that we suspend the agenda and go straight to public business, and then I'll outline as we go into sectoral debates.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, as you have indicated, today we continue our sectoral debates. We will hear from the Minister of Labour and Social Security, Member of Parliament for Clarendon South Eastern. We'll hear from the Member of Parliament for Clarendon Northern and the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine South Eastern. Allow me to also add my voice of welcome to Dr. Gilmore. Very, very happy to have her in the chambers with us today. It's really great to see her. And of course, always a pleasure to see Pearnel Charles Sr. And he is looking quite well in the house today. All the other special invited guests of the Minister. So without further ado, could we turn over to the Minister of Labour and Social Security, the member from Clarendon South Eastern.
Minister, remember you're on strict time, and so would have done introduction for you. So use your time wisely.
It's farm work day, so I know that everybody loves me today. Yes. Before I start, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask for your indulgence to speak from a seat that is not my own.
Granted.
Thank you. And thank you for starting off with the acknowledgements Mr. Speaker, I rise today with gratitude, humility, and a deep sense of responsibility as I make this contribution to the 2026 sectoral debate on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. So before policies, before programs, before any announcements, I want to pause to first give thanks to Almighty God for carrying Jamaica through one of the most difficult periods in our recent history. Hurricane Melissa tested our infrastructure, our systems, our economy, our communities, but most of all, Mr. Speaker, it tested our people. Families lost homes, livelihoods, possessions, stability. Some lost loved ones. Many lost a sense of safety that every Jamaican deserves to feel. Yet, despite that devastation, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica weathered the storm and we stood together as one. Not because of one institution, not because of one ministry or one person, but because Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica pulled together. Mr. Speaker, I express sincere gratitude to our visionary Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for his exceptional leadership and continued confidence in me. I want to thank my cabinet colleagues, members of this honorable House, all for your support and for your service to the people of Jamaica. Together, we in this honorable House must salute the ministries, the agencies, the emergency personnel, the volunteers, churches, NGOs, private sector partners, members of our Humanitarian Assistance Committee, our international allies, community groups, private citizens, all who showed up for the Jamaican people throughout the response and recovery effort. We thank you. Mr. Speaker, permit me to acknowledge my State Minister, Honorable Donovan Williams, and to thank him for his support. Permit me to acknowledge Permanent Secretary Dion Jennings and the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, together with the members of the various boards. I want to also acknowledge especially Permanent Secretary Risden, who is on overseas assignment, and our dedicated team of liaison officers. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that across parishes, field operations, relief activities, and recovery efforts, the MLSS team worked under extraordinary pressure to serve the people of Jamaica. I want to thank my wife, who is here. Yes. I want to thank my many children. I want to thank 4 and counting. I want to thank my entire family, my father who is here, my sister, my aunt, Mavis Gilmore. I want to thank the executive staff who is here as well, my CPOs, constituency and management teams, councillors, my extended family, the people of Southeast Clarendon. Mr. Speaker, we owe a lot to them, all of us, to our teams who continue to support us. Let me get to it. A lot of people are listening, and for those of us who are here, there's a lot to unpack. Buckle up, let's get going. Disaster does not affect everyone equally. The person with savings and security experiences this crisis differently from the persons living day to day outside the formal system. That is why vulnerability is not to be measured by income alone. It is also measured by access, whether people are seen, whether systems are responsive, and whether help can reach the people who need it quickly. With that understanding, the ministry is focused on strengthening protection, expanding opportunity, and reducing the distance between vulnerability and access. Whatever the circumstance, Mr. Speaker, the government must work to serve the people. And today, this presentation will establish how this government is moving beyond systems to strengthen how we will deliver to people with impact. That is what rebuilding stronger must mean. We move to workers being at the center. Mr. Speaker, I begin with a group of Jamaicans whose contribution has too often remained undervalued, our domestic workers. Let me first thank and acknowledge them. 4 from the union who are here. Yes, we want to salute them. They care for our children, they support our elderly, they maintain our homes and help to sustain the wider economy. Yet, for far too long, many have remained outside formal recognition and protection. And so, I'm pleased to start by announcing that the ministry has signed a landmark memorandum of understanding with the Jamaica Household Workers Union to support collaboration in training, occupational safety, and health awareness, and public education. This year, the Jamaica Household Workers Union celebrates 35 years of advocacy and representation. Jamaica will establish the first dedicated training institution for domestic workers in the entire Caribbean. Further, Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to advancing the framework to honor the obligations under the ILO Domestic Workers Convention C-189, which is a global convention adopted to protect the rights of domestic workers. These transformational steps will professionalize domestic work, strengthen employability, and provide pathways for advancement. We move quickly to Workers' Week, Mr. Speaker, which is being observed from May 17 to 25 under the theme, Voices Heard, Shaping Labor Policies in an Evolving Labor Market. And so we'll have a number of activities that reflect both the dignity of labor and the importance of deeper engagement. Key highlights for this week will include the Industrial Dispute Tribunal Symposium, recognition of Dr. Mavis Gilmore on Centenarian's Day, the staging of the Labour Talks Roadshow under the theme Rebuilding a Resilient and Productive Jamaica, the fifth staging of the From Reflections, where we commemorate the 1938 Labour Uprising. Also, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the ministry's North Street building will be named in the honor of former Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and our National Hero Circle building, yes, will be named in the honor of the Honorable Lyndon Newland, who is the founder of the National Insurance Scheme and also former Minister of Labour and National Insurance. All of this will culminate with the Labour Day activities island-wide. Moving on to Section 3 on path transformation. Again, you have to move speedily. There's a lot to get through. Having spoken now about the dignity in labor, I want to turn to one of the most important pillars of social protection in Jamaica's history path. The initiatives under the Program of Advancement through Health and Education are geared towards supporting vulnerable families, strengthening human capital, and helping to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. In the last financial year alone, PATH delivered more than $9.1 billion in direct cash grants to over 240,000 Jamaicans, Mr. Speaker. But in all of that, the Prime Minister asked us to do a review, and we found that getting onto PATH was difficult. Now let's explain it. Getting onto PATH, colleagues, required 3 steps. Number 1, a preliminary assessment using the Beneficiary Management Information System, the BMIS. So you would go into the office, you would sit down, and you'd be asked a number of questions. Number 2 is that our social workers would go out to the field and they would do verification. And number 3 is that the applicants would be asked to participate in an orientation and training session. However, our review, Prime Minister, established that steps 2 and 3, the verification and the orientation, could at times be delayed for months, leaving applicants in a state of uncertainty, despite the fact that they have received preliminary approval. Importantly, when we did the assessment, our most recent data found that those persons that did the preliminary assessment, more than 80% of them eventually, after being provisionally approved, would be verified. That said, Mr. Speaker, effective immediately, things will change. all eligible applicants who are provisionally approved under Step 1, which is the BMIS assessment process, will no longer face unnecessary delays under this government. Two things will happen. Number one, if you are provisionally approved based on the data that we have, you will advance immediately to a temporary payable status once confirmed by the BMIS system, and you will start to be paid. Number two, we will continue the verification and orientation processes. Matter of fact, we will strengthen them and modernize them through clearer timelines, improved operational standards, and enhanced verification mechanisms to make sure that while we improve the efficiency, we maintain oversight and accountability. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant shift away from excessive bureaucracy and towards the focus of delivering impact for the people of Jamaica. Now let me reiterate. Checks and balances are very important when effectively implemented. However, these changes will remove barriers to efficiency and they will strengthen our accountability systems. Most of all, they will help the people who need that help the most. There's another important issue, Mr. Speaker, and we have identified it during this review process. It relates to recertification within PATH. Now, what is recertification? Recertification is the process through which the ministry reviews and reassesses a beneficiary's household information after a period of time, usually 4 years, to determine whether or not that household continues to qualify for the benefits. Should you remain on PATH? Should there be changes to your status, one way or the other? However, what the review revealed is that far too many beneficiaries, the legitimate changes affecting their household status was not being updated. They were not getting those updates to their status because of the issues in the system. As a result, some of the beneficiaries experienced delays, interruptions, others were left stalled within the recertification process, just ongoing, while awaiting updates to reflect important life changes. And let me give you an example. For instance, a child transitioning from primary to secondary school, that change could not be put in place. Changes in the household composition, you had one more child. Anything else like that? Changes in school attendance, you move from one school to the next. And other circumstances affecting benefit eligibility. Those things, Mr. Speaker, are important. Social protection systems must be responsive to the changing realities and needs of the people that they are designed to serve. That is why the ministry is now strengthening the recertification framework to ensure that household updates are processed more efficiently, status changes are reflected more quickly, and eligible beneficiaries receive the appropriate level of support to which they are entitled. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I announce that beneficiaries who were previously stalled within the recertification process due to unresolved status update issues will now immediately be progressively released and regularized as the ministry accelerates the reconciliation and updating of affected cases. This reform will allow eligible beneficiaries to transition into their correct benefit category more efficiently and to ensure that support reaches families at the level that they genuinely qualify for. Mr. Speaker, recertification must not become a barrier to assistance. It must function as a pathway to fairness, accuracy, and responsive support. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that as we make the fundamental changes as we have discussed, we will also be advancing efforts to rid the program of persons who are not eligible or no longer eligible to remain on PATH, but are still getting benefit. Mr. Speaker, that is PATH. But before I close PATH, I would like to raise 3 quick but critical collaborations. Number 1, we will collaborate with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to advance a program prioritizing targeting support for pregnant and lactating mothers affected by Hurricane Melissa. Number 2, we will collaborate with the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information to strengthen early identification, engagement and support for vulnerable path families and students. And I want to thank the Minister, who is not here but who is ably represented by her State Minister, Minister Crawford. Thirdly, through our Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, we will develop a priority, hear this now, a priority inclusion pathway for persons with disabilities seeking admission to PATH. Finally, strengthening accessibility, putting in place coordinated support and disability-sensitive targeting under the broader PATH transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, all of these things show that this government is moving beyond systems and we are delivering impact. Social intervention. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation program serves more than 7,000 persons last year, representing a 27% increase in beneficiaries supported and a 45% increase in total disbursement compared to 2024. Mr. Speaker, for 2025, we continued our collaboration with members of Parliament through the short-term intervention program. And I know that members are wondering what next for this year. I'll soon let you know. We provided support to over 12,000 vulnerable persons, and we know that you should be pleased, members, to receive today your letters notifying you of your short-term allocations for this year. Yes. We expect that these allocations will be used for continued support to our most vulnerable citizens. We continue to be our most ambitious people. The ministry is committed to identifying vulnerable Jamaicans in need of assistance, whether it is a father that is desperately trying to secure urgent surgery for his daughter, whether it is a young entrepreneur seeking support through our micro-business grant, whether it is a student that needs support through our education and social intervention grant, or a household devastated by fire. And we will continue to be the ministry that is there when it means the most. Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that I turn to the Solidarity Program, a program that is designed with a clear and very deliberate mandate to reach Jamaicans who have historically fallen outside existing systems. This government has made a conscious decision that inclusion must be intentional. That we must not only serve those who are easiest to reach, but also those who have been excluded, who are on the fringes. That is the very purpose of this program. So despite operational challenges, the program has continued to advance its core objectives by helping vulnerable Jamaicans overcome long-standing barriers to accessing government support and services. Through outreach activities conducted across the island, more than 2,000 Jamaicans have already accessed the on-the-spot assistance, referrals, and critical government services. And the ministry is now strengthening referral pathways and prioritizing individuals who completed aspects of the application process but did not fully satisfy requirements in time to benefit during the established payment cycles. I know members of Parliament have been bombarded by many persons on this issue. Not to worry. We are providing targeted case management support alongside a phased review and resolution framework to be implemented over the next 3 months to make sure that these applicants and beneficiaries get not just the 20,000, but the more important movement to the suite of services available to them through this government. To date, more than $230 million has been dispersed to almost 12,000 beneficiaries. And for the persons who were approved for payment, but who were unable to collect during the initial payment cycle. I know it's important to you. I want to advise that the collection period has been extended to the end of June. So we have the time to go through approved channels, and we'll continue this work. Mr. Speaker, the ministry will now move to strategically restructure not only Solidarity, but our social intervention program, which is called SIP. We want to restructure SIP, yes, to better support national human development priorities and to respond to the growing needs of vulnerable populations. This program has been a program used to assist several youngsters across the country. And now we are restructuring it to support investment in areas directly connected to, hear me now, disability support services, special education, behavioral therapy, early stimulation, and other sectors where Jamaica requires stronger human capacity. For too long, you will hear persons say, I have to go overseas to get this. You can't find it here in Jamaica. There are no professionals here. We will restructure SIP to include these three elements that will help us to galvanize the human capital to support the clients that we have at the ministry. Firstly, is the establishment of EDGE, the Executive Development and Growth Experience, to give our interns the edge within the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. This will provide structured professional experience across key sectors. Secondly, is the expansion of in-field support capacity for disaster response and social intervention activities. And thirdly, and hear me loud and clear, Mr. Speaker, a country cannot effectively support vulnerable people unless it intentionally develops the human capacity required to serve them. Too many parents, and I know too many parents are coming to us crying because there's not sufficient support for their children who are going to school. It is therefore my pleasure to announce the establishment of a committee that will help us to develop specific scholarships in areas of critical needs. And this, and we're going to start this off commencing with 7 scholarship opportunities, and we will name those 7 scholarships in the name of the most recent Ministers of Labour and Social Security. And so I want today, the committee will determine the specific assignments, but I have some suggested areas. So we will have the Honorable Carl Samuda Social Intervention Scholarship, the Honorable Lester Michael Henry, the Honorable Lester Michael Henry Workforce Development Scholarship, the late Honorable Shahidi Robinson Inclusive Development Scholarship, and I want to acknowledge former Minister of Labour who is here, the Honorable Fenton Ferguson Early Intervention Scholarship, the Honorable Pearnel Charles Senior Labour and Human Development Scholarship, and 2 more to go, the Honorable Derek Kellier Human Capital Development Scholarship, and the Honorable Horace Daly Social Protection Scholarship. Excellent. These scholarships will support studies in special education, disability services, behavioral therapy, early stimulation, social intervention, occupational safety, and all of the related fields to build the capacity for us once and for all to give the proper support and service to the people of Jamaica. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is how we connect legacy to opportunity. This is how we honor service by investing in development. And this is how we build the next generation of professionals who will strengthen Jamaica's capacity to support and protect its most vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, as we speak about investment in people, dignity and inclusion across every stage of life is also important. that we recognize those who have made a contribution to nation building and who now represent the wisdom, resilience, and legacy of generations past. And I want to thank the ministers for agreeing to have their name used in these scholarships. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, senior citizens now comprise approximately 14% of the Jamaican population, and it continues to grow. This year, we recognize Honorable Mavis Gilmore, former Minister of Social Security and Consumer Affairs, on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Yes. And I want to announce, Mr. Speaker, that in her honor, we will establish the Honorable Mavis Gilmore Centenarian honor to recognize the oldest Jamaican every year going forward. I also want to use the opportunity to announce Jamaica's first ever disability inclusion advocate by the name of Mr. Alistair McLean. He should be here. He should be here. Where is he? Does he stand for? Yes, there he is. Mr. McLean is a respected youth advocate and public voice for disability rights, widely recognized for using his lived experience to challenge stigma, promote accessibility, and advance equal opportunity, consistently demonstrating that disability is not inability. He will support me and the ministry in advancing awareness, strengthening stakeholder engagement, and promoting policies that protect rights and expand opportunity for all. I want to be clear that this appointment represents a deliberate and meaningful step toward reducing barriers, promoting dignity, and improving the welfare and livelihood of persons with disabilities across our nation. Mr. Speaker, you will recall last year we launched the I Am Able, My JCPD digital services platform. That platform enabled online registration, digital verification, and faster access to services. Since its launch, over 600 applications have been initiated online. It's working. Building on this progress, we recognize that too many talented Jamaicans with disabilities remain economically invisible, not due to lack of ability, but due to lack of access. In response, we are pleased to introduce the Digital Marketplace for Persons with Disabilities, a bold initiative integrated into the I Am Able, My JCPD digital services application, and this platform will allow for disability-owned enterprises to connect with both local and global markets. Mr. Speaker, this is more than just commerce. It is a pathway to economic independence and digital inclusion all at one time. We have also deepened strategic partnership. A joint declaration of intent has been signed with the United Nations Development System, strengthening collaboration in accessibility. Additionally, following Hurricane Melissa, I want to acknowledge UNICEF, who provided support valued at more than $32 million, assisting 1,500 children with disabilities and their families through the I Am Able app, as well as providing relief support. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge Olga Asaiza, who is the outgoing representative of UNICEF, who served us faithfully for more than 3 years, continues to be our sister. She has higher assignment, and we wish her all the best as she is elevated in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Mr. Speaker, we have also reimagined our direct support programs to better meet the needs of our people. I'm pleased to highlight Accessibility Tools for Transformation Grant, a grant which is renewed and expanded in terms of intervention, replacing the traditional assistive aid grant. And so with an allocation of $25.5 million, this program responds to the rising cost of essential assistive devices. Eligible applicants may receive up to 80% now of the cost, with full support provided in exceptional cases. It wasn't happening before, it will happen now under this government. The grant covers, Mr. Speaker, critical items such as hearing aids, glasses, mobility devices, prosthetics, medical supplies, therapeutic services, essential for independence, dignity, and improved quality of life. This support is accessible to all persons with disabilities, ensuring equitable access regardless of age, sex, or gender. Looking ahead to the next fiscal year, the JCPD will focus on strengthening institutional capacity, enhancing service delivery with a strong emphasis on accessibility and digital transformation, as well as advancing rights through policy oversight and enforcement. We have work to do. The key priorities, Mr. Speaker, will include the full implementation of our digital platforms, expansion of rehabilitation services, finalization of codes of practice for education and employment, and continued institutional capacity building. I want to move on to a very important program, Mr. Speaker, the Early Stimulation Program. The Early Stimulation Program stands as a vital pillar of social protection framework, offering a comprehensive array of therapeutic services to young children under the age of 6 who are living with developmental disabilities. Many Jamaicans do not know, but this is an essential program, and at present, we provide early intervention support to more than 3,600 children across the island, working in partnership with private agencies, public early childhood institutions, and faith-based organizations. A very important program. Mr. Speaker, in response to the growing demand for early intervention services, the ministry is launching Access Jamaica. This is a bold expansion of the early stimulation program that will deploy 2 additional mobile therapy units to bring care directly to children with disabilities in deep rural communities. Referrals to the ESP have surged by 33% since 2023, stretching the capacity of our assessment and intervention center. So through the new Access Jamaica initiative, full clinical teams, including behavioral therapists, physiotherapists, early interventionists, and other specialists, will be placed on the road, beginning in the parishes of Trelawney, Westmoreland, and St. Mary. The goal is to reduce rural wait times by 40% and to reach an additional 1,000 children in the first year. Mr. Speaker, no child in Jamaica should be left behind because of where they live. With Access Jamaica, we are delivering hope, help, and high-quality interventions on the road. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament will receive today, for the first time ever, a book called Know Your Benefits. In order for us, a booklet. You know, just listen, not to worry. For those who can't read, we have it in audio. Not to worry. To ensure that Jamaicans can easily access the full range of services we provide, the ministry has now developed a quick reference guide, Know Your Benefits. It is a practical, user-friendly booklet outlining all of our programs and our support systems in one accessible resource. It brings together information on employment initiatives, social protection benefits, support for persons with disabilities, assistance to vulnerable groups, and services to our senior citizens, reflecting our commitment not only to design strong systems, but to make them systems that are understandable and reachable for every single Jamaican. Mr. Speaker, physical copies are available here today, but you can also scan the QR code at the front for the electronic version. They'll be handed out soon. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica recorded an unemployment rate of 3.3% at the end of October, and we've kept it stable despite hurricanes. It's among the lowest in our nation's history, even still. This must be applauded. It has not happened by coincidence. It has happened by deliberate decisions made by the government. To support continued recovery and employment expansion, the ministry launched the Jamaica Works Initiative to connect Jamaicans to opportunities across construction, tourism, agriculture, logistics, and manufacturing. So in the coming year, the ministry intends to solicit at least 20,000 vacancies, register more than 12,000 new job seekers, and we're going to target 10,000 job placements. Within this context, we have our SPIRO program, which is a social protection for increased resilience and opportunity program, which you know of, which remains central to our modernization agenda, and it will help in us connecting the demand to the need and the need to the demand. Just to remind colleagues, we are supported by a $20 million World Bank loan, and SPIRO will transform how Jamaicans access employment services and social protection through three pillars: unemployment insurance, a unified social protection information system, meaning that when you come to our office, you don't ask, you are interviewed and you are directed to the service that is relevant to you, and a modernized labor market information system that will allow for us to understand through analysis and steps how to better serve Jamaica and to prepare Jamaica for the future of work. I want to move quickly as time goes. Artificial intelligence, remote work, digital labor, and technology-enabled industries are already transforming the global economy. That said, the ministry is therefore advancing a comprehensive future of work agenda built on four major pillars. Hear me now. Modernizing labor policy for the digital economy, establishing remote work standards, expanding protection for non-traditional workers, and preparing Jamaicans for the AI-driven industries. I want to therefore announce, and we will get the support of Minister Wheatley, the establishment within the ministry of the Future of Work and Digital Labor Task Force to guide Jamaica's response to these emerging labor realities. This task force will bring together representatives from government, private sector, BPO industry, heart, academia, digital entrepreneurs, and youth, all come together to develop a strategic roadmap and a national response to the changing world of work. It's going to examine all of what I said before and make sure that our policy is strengthened and so Jamaica can remain competitive in the digital economy. Mr. Speaker, stakeholder consultations will commence immediately, with initial recommendations to be provided within the next 6 months. The ministry will also begin the development of our national remote work guidelines, and a pilot will be done for the structured remote work framework in collaboration with selected public and private sector stakeholders. This framework is important. It will help to establish the parameters and the standards, modern standards, relating to productivity and accountability, worker well-being and mental wellness, something that is not always understood, cybersecurity and digital responsibility, very important, very important. Many of us are suffering from issues where our likeness and image is used online without our permission, fair workplace expectations, and also standards for the platform economy. Many people are making money on TikTok, on Instagram, so we have to protect them even in their homes. Our objective is not to create unnecessary bureaucracy. That's not the objective. We are here to provide clarity, fairness, and stability within what we must call a rapidly evolving labor environment, while we also take the steps to support innovation, flexibility, and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the future of work must not become a future of insecurity. It must become a future of opportunity and protection for Jamaican workers. Mr. Speaker, I want to move to the BPO sector. It remains one of Jamaica's most important employment industries. But long-term competitiveness requires much more than expansion alone. It requires healthy workplaces, worker well-being, and responsible labor practices. The ministry will therefore establish the SAFE Task Force: standards, accountability, and fairness in employment. This will strengthen worker engagement, provide labor rights sensitization, workplace wellness, and compliance support within the sector. Labor rights. The SAFE Task Force. Labor rights sensitization. The SAFE Task Force, Mr. Speaker, this task force that we're calling SAFE, Standards, Accountability, and Fairness in Employment, will support strengthened worker engagement. Mr. Speaker, this is a real issue. So many persons in the BPO industry are calling us. They call you. They have issues. We now want to confront them head on and be proactive. So this task force will strengthen worker engagement. It will provide wellness initiatives, sensitization, and it's not about being punitive. It's about being proactive and collaborative. So we will undertake to work with the BPOs and the employers to meet the concerns and to have collaborative policy attention and improvement. Additionally, we also intend to introduce the MLSS Decent Work Partnership Program for recognition aimed at encouraging and motivating strong labor and workplace practices within the BPO sector as well as other employment industries. So we want the private sector to know that we are here to work with you. We are here to support you, to help you, so that you can expand. But it is important to make sure that as you expand, the workers are productive, they are safe, and their well-being is priority. Mr. Speaker, worker safety must remain central to national development. And so I move quickly to the Occupational Safety and Health Department. We have conducted more than 1,208 safety inspections and investigated 80 industrial accidents in the last year. Mr. Speaker, these inspections and investigations are not just regulatory exercises. They are life-saving interventions. Let's get that right. Over the past 6 years, Jamaica has seen a clear and encouraging decline in fatal industrial accidents. In 2024, Jamaica recorded no fatal industrial accident. In 2025, we had 2, but we're moving down. Even one death is one too many. But the trend demonstrates that when employers, workers, and regulators treat safety as a shared responsibility, lives can be saved. Mr. Speaker, as national reconstruction accelerates, as we invest in post-Hurricane Melissa development, safety cannot be treated as an afterthought. It must be built into the way we work, the way we rebuild, and the way we protect the people helping to restore Jamaica. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the Occupational Safety and Health Department will develop a comprehensive risk management toolkit aimed at strengthening workplace safety practices across Jamaica. This toolkit will provide employers, workers, safety professionals, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, all with practical resources to help you to identify high-risk workplace hazards, to strengthen safer work practices, and to reduce serious injuries and fatalities. Mr. Speaker, we have also had a very close partnership with the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel, and we have now arrived at a settled draft of the bill, as well as consultations with the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies that are primarily concluded. Our aim is to present this bill to the Legislative Committee and table it before this Honourable House and to guide it through the debate. And we want to do so as quickly as possible. Let me move to unemployment insurance. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to advance one of the most transformative reforms in our social protection history, that is unemployment insurance. Following Cabinet approval last year, we submitted drafting instructions in December. Consultants will be onboarded. We're moving at a pace, and those consultants will contribute during this year to making sure that the unemployment insurance moves forward so eligible workers can receive their benefits within the next 2 years. We are also finalizing, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica's Decent Work Country program with ILO, and I want to acknowledge the ILO representatives who are here and who are listening. This is being done with the first validation workshop expected this month and official launch later this year. The national minimum wage, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, will also increase, as you heard from our Prime Minister, from 16,000 to 17,000 for every 40-hour work week. This represents the sixth, let me say it again, number 6 increase since 2016, reflecting this government's commitment to protecting low-income workers and supporting household stability. This year also marks the 50th anniversary of our Labor Relations Code, as well as we're moving together for that code to help, as it has, to really treat with a lot of the disagreements that we've had and to advance social dialogue. We have the Labour Advisory Council that I also want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that have worked together with us to have industrial harmony in our country. I want to make reference quickly to the Employment Agencies Unit. They continue to do their inspections. I want to also make reference to our Work Permit Unit. And we see this as part of our productivity agenda, Mr. Speaker. Work permits are not barriers. We see it as facilitating. We want talent in the country, but we want to protect jobs for Jamaicans as well. And that balance will be had. You would have seen recently where we have invited several persons who have put in place applications for work permit to be a part of the Operation Streamline process, and that has worked in large part. And we've seen an increase of 25% in terms of those applications, and they have been expedited. At the same time, we've been working with PICA, working with JCF, and you would have heard of persons arrested, persons sent back to their country, and we're going to continue to enforce because we have to have the balance between inviting talent and protecting jobs for Jamaicans. Mr. Speaker, NIS celebrates its 60th anniversary. And in this calendar year, it recorded $44.8 billion in contributions. Last year, we also saw where the NIF fund stood at $262.8 billion in net assets. This fund is being properly managed by this government, and it is being used for the benefit of our pensioners and to develop the country as best as possible. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly move of two more very important areas, starting with the farm work program. Between the USA and Canada, we continue to engage in long-standing labor partnerships. And I want to say this, it belongs to the workers who sustain it. In Canada, it is our 60th milestone of the partnership, and we marked it in a very powerful way, Mr. Speaker. The Niagara Falls, which is one of the world's great natural landmarks, was illuminated in the colors of the Jamaican and Canadian flag in recognition of 6 decades of partnership. We want to thank our partners in Canada for that as well. Last year, 15,169 Jamaican workers were dispatched to Canada and the US. This is an increase of 944 over the previous year, an increase despite all of the issues. And this reflects continued international confidence in the Jamaican workforce. The ministry listens to our workers, and as such, 3 things we're going to be doing this year. We'll introduce an automated communication system to improve worker tracking and reduce delay. That was a request by our farm workers. We will upgrade and repair the East Street facility to improve processing conditions, another request from our farm workers. And thirdly, we will open a processing outpost in St. James to bring services closer to workers in Western Jamaica, reducing travel time for those in Westmoreland, Hanover, Trelawney, St. James, and surrounding. All of these are requests from our farm workers. We are listening to you. This is not administrative convenience. It is service reform, bringing government closer to the people that we are here to serve. Following concerns raised about medical assessments, we have conducted a full review. Where it is needed to be stopped, it has been stopped. Assessments will now only resume once we are satisfied that the process is fair, transparent, and fully protective of our workers. Workers will not have to suffer under this government. No indignity. Beginning this week, members of Parliament, listen carefully. Workers traveling to the United States will have the option of insurance coverage under the United Work and Travel Policy with the Hartford. This is another new element, providing up to $100,000 in protection, including serious illness, death, and dismemberment. Our workers and their family deserve opportunity and security. We are providing also 60 scholarships to children of participating farm workers. This is more than recognition for the 60th anniversary. It is an investment in the next generation, turning sacrifice into opportunity through education. Recruitment for this 2027 season will begin immediately. Letters are issued out or will be issued to members of Parliament today, requesting nominations of your 50 participants per constituency. And I ask this year that up to 5 of those nominations be for female candidates. Yes, Risden and the team are working overseas to open up more opportunities for Jamaicans and for our women. And so you will see in your letters that in addition to farmers, we're asking specifically in areas in agriculture for heavy equipment handling, forklift operation, tractor driving, and farm machinery maintenance. We are expanding the opportunities in the overseas employment program. Now, moving quickly ahead, we are also going to this year host the annual review meeting, which is something done all over the globe, Mr. Speaker, but this year Jamaica will host it between Canada and the Caribbean region. And this is something which we see as an honor for the 60th anniversary of our legacy agreement. More will be said on overseas employment when we can go into the details in the post-sectoral tomorrow at our press conference. Let me wind down, Mr. Speaker, with the roofs. I want to now turn to one of the government's most significant recovery interventions, the restoration of owner or occupant family shelter, the roofs program. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the many persons that have received support, whether it is mattress, food package, light, grant, whatever support you receive, roof, we want to thank the Prime Minister and government for being responsible, for being strategic, for being disciplined. I've heard the narrative being created by some, but I'm sure that the people of Jamaica are thankful that they had a government that could allocate $67 billion swiftly to give you support. And a government that would not whimsically use donations, but rather would strategically have those donations connected to areas of development, such as building the houses for the people who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, more than 115,000 assessments have been done, and I want to take a few seconds to thank every member of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security team, all of the ministries across government, all of our volunteers, churches, the World Food Programme, my friend, all of the international communities, supporters, everyone that has played their part, that has been on the ground, beating the pavement for us to reach to more than 115,000 persons assessed. 43,000 have been verified. More than 80% of that have redeemed their benefit. And now, we have listened. We understand that there have been issues. There have been clogs at the collection points, unresolved beneficiary issues. Some phone numbers are wrong. Tiering can't be validated. All of these things have happened. And we move now to roofs phase 2, where we ask members of parliament, instead of identifying issues and carrying them onto social media, we want you to identify them. Yes, you. We understand that you are being bombarded, and we want your support to identify them and carry them to us to work together so we can resolve those issues. We are moving further to cabinet approval. From providing building material and cash grant to now direct cash payments. So it will remove all the barriers of moving proximity and going there. Direct deposit payments in roofs phase 2. And we understand that there are some persons in phase 1 that are yet to carry through. They too will be eligible for this now direct deposit. I know this will help the people of Jamaica. Number 2, we are going to advance a national verification and recovery drive. In this national verification and recovery drive, all members of parliament, all councillors, church leaders, community leaders, everybody come together to help the people who need the help the most. Instead of identifying them, let us help them. So where you have unresolved cases, tiering validation issues, duplicate submissions, if they come to you and say, I was assessed and I don't get my grant, put that information together, give it to us, and we will work together. And I want to acknowledge many members of parliament on that side and on this side have already started that process. We thank you. Step 3, we're going to advance the roofs access initiative that will prioritize vulnerable households. So where you have persons with disabilities, senior citizens, medically vulnerable, we will work together to identify them and give them the support. Number 4 is a community coordination and outreach support, which means we are coming to you. We will be in the field working with you, not separate, to make sure that we can identify the persons who need the help, resolve their issues, and give them their support. Lastly, under step 5, we're modernizing systems with stronger accountability. And so we'll be using digital platforms, which you will see, to give them that access. As I close, Jamaica grows stronger when its people are empowered to succeed. Not when systems are built, our programs are announced, but when people feel the difference, the domestic worker receiving dignity, the vulnerable family accessing path faster, the young person securing employment, the person with disability accessing opportunity, the family rebuilding after Hurricane Melissa. The ministry, just 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. The ministry is not simply administering programs. Hear me now. We are transforming how those programs reach the people who need the help the most. From path to unemployment insurance to roofs, the mission remains the same. Moving beyond just systems that delay people to building systems that deliver impact, because systems don't build a country. People do. And when we place people at the center, Jamaica will not simply rebuild. Jamaica will rebuild stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Clarendon North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make my presentation to this honorable House for the 2026 sectoral debate. I do so on behalf of the resilient, dignified, and proud people of Northern Clarendon. A people who understand struggle, sacrifice, and survival. To my family, my supporters, my formidable team, thank you for grounding me in this journey of public service. I also want to thank my colleagues, and specifically the Leader of the Opposition, for entrusting me with this honor. Mr. Speaker, today is also special to me as I make my presentation during Workers' Week. I want to salute the unyielding workers of Jamaica who have built the bedrock of our democracy, from our private sector workers, our public sector workers, to the informal workforce. I extend my profound gratitude to the men and women who have kept this nation moving forward. I also extend my congratulations to the IDT on their ongoing 50th anniversary celebration. Mr. Speaker, I begin today with what should have been an uncomplicated national celebration. This August, cricket fans will pack the stands at Sabina Park to welcome our brand new local franchise, the Jamaica Kingsmen. The CPL franchise is finally returning to Jamaica after a long, painful absence, which has left our local fans starved of home-ground tournament action since 2019. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can already see the members on the opposite side puffing their chests. I see the Minister of Sports, Member Grange, and her PR team preparing for the photo ops and the ribbon cutting. But before they try to take a lap of honor, let us remind this honorable House that it was not by accident that the Jamaican talent was left our beautiful shores. For years, private sectors have been pleading for meaningful structural support, strategic partnership, and a vision with no avail. The franchise packed up and left Jamaica because this administration refused to create an environment in which professional sports can survive sustainably. The Jamaica Talent was, like so many Jamaicans, were neglected, starved of their own home, and driven away by the governmental indifference. So, to the members opposite, I say this earnestly. You cannot purposely mash up the house, leave the yard empty for years, wait for private investors to rebuild it, and then expect the public to treat you like heroes for standing in the doorway. Nothing goes up. We welcome the franchise, but let us not confuse private sector rescue missions with governmental support. We are glad that the Kingsmen are awake because the government has been fast asleep. Mr. Speaker, before we talk about economy of play, we must talk about the reality of work. Sport is work, and athletes are workers. Under this administration, the entire labor landscape is fractured. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour spoke immediately before me in this debate, and while I listened closely to his presentation, I found it highly unfortunate that his carefully crafted talking points did not address the harsh systemic realities on the ground that his ministry continues to overlook. My colleague, Member Angela Brownberg, spoke eloquently and extensively during her contribution the broader macroeconomic challenges facing Jamaican workers. However, as Shadow Minister, I must narrow our focus to the immediate dangerous policy gaps, leaving our workforce exposed. Let us consider the occupational hazard that the Minister spoke about earlier, and I heard the promise. This vital piece of legislation has been dragged through the corridors of bureaucracy by this administration for 3 consecutive terms. Generation after generation of Jamaican workers have gone to their graves waiting for modern-day safety laws, while the government continues to delay our citizens, especially those in the rapidly expanding construction sector, are stepping onto job sites without adequate, modernized legislative protection, risking their lives in workplaces that mainly dangerously under-regulated. This is not administrative delay, this is policy negligence. 3 terms of soon-come policy is an active failure of the government toward the Jamaican working class. We are therefore calling for the passage of OSHA in this legislative year. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, let us consider the plight of our private security guards. 4 years ago, this government removed the legal distinction that separated the security guards' minimum wage from the regular national minimum wage. By flatlining that structure, they effectively froze specialized wage adjustments for the men and women who face the highest risks protecting our banks, our schools, and our lives. Yet, this specialized hazard pay has been entirely eliminated. I now turn to another deeply concerning trend, the expansion of the unregulated work program arrangements for our career workers. These individuals function as logistics backbone of the commerce, yet they are treated as perpetual independent contractors. Stripped of basic job security, sick leave, severance protection. Similarly, our small farmers, fisher folks, the very people who feed this nation remain entirely outside of the safety network. A progressive labor policy which actively creates structural pathways to mandate incentive, the inclusion of these traditional sectors under the National Insurance Scheme, guaranteeing them dignity in retirement. Mr. Speaker, we recommend a robust labor policy comprising a long-term national development framework that connects education, employment productivity, worker protection, business growth, and social mobility. Such a strategy must first acknowledge Jamaica's harsh realities. We are a country where many workers struggle with functional literacy and digital skills, while at the same time, thousands of highly educated Jamaicans are underemployed, migrating, or trapped in systems with limited upward mobility. We have sectors where the rights of all laborers, workers that is, are poorly enforced. Informal employment is widespread, and too many employers still operate with minimal accountability. Mr. Speaker, a fundamental flaw in our current labor framework is the chaotic fragmentation of how we manage our working people. Essential components of the workforce capacity are scattered across separate, uncoordinated silos. Employment matters are isolated under the Office of the Prime Minister. Skills issues sits at the Ministry of Education, and industrial relations and labor, general labor issues are handled by the Ministry of Labor. This bureaucratic scattered means that workforce has no centralized access to support. If an individual needs upskilling, registration, or dispute resolution, they are forced to negotiate an uncoordinated maze of separate state agencies. I propose that we consolidate these fragments into a single cohesive bucket under the Ministry of Labour and Workforce Development. All workforce, training, legal protections, and certification programs belong under one administrative roof, ensuring every working person has unhinged structural access to economic advancement. This strategy requires implementation of key localized measures, including, but not limited to, many of our adult upskilling digital literacy certification programs more accessible, especially to those living in rural Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, how do we expect a young man or woman in northern Clarendon, in areas like Anion Town, Kellits, Gale Town, Crooked River, Aubrey Head, to advance in a global workforce when adult upskilling tools remain completely out of physical and digital reach? We must establish targeted rural literacy skill building centers to lift up our people out of structural stagnation. Enforcing workers' rights, workplace protection, one of Jamaica's biggest labor failures, is not merely weak laws, but weak enforcement. Workers' rights without enforcement are meaningless. We must therefore strengthen enforcement capacity to reduce incidents of work abuse and exploitation, such as unpaid overtime, lack of contracts, denial of leave, and the dismissal without due process. Reforming the security industry. The security industry is one of the clearest examples of structural labor exploitation. Thousands of security guards, excessive hours under dangerous conditions, while earning wages that often do not reflect the risk of responsibility and the job. We also should enforce employee classifications for security guards, including mandating pension and insurance coverage, and providing minimum training and certification standards. Security guards are essential workers and should not exist permanently in economic insecurity. Wage and productivity reform. Jamaica's economy has historically depended on how low wages in many sectors. Low wages do not create sustainable development. A modern labor strategy would connect wages to productivity and national growth. Labor market, data, and planning. Too often, we train workers without coordinated national planning. A coherent strategy requires leveraging real-time labor market data to forecast future industry needs and coordinate between universities and employers. Government policy must stop reaching unthinkingly and start planning strategically. Mr. Speaker, when labor policies fail and sport development stalls, you create a national disaster. The great Jamaican brain drain. Let us look at the empirical data. The recent UND migration poll reveals an absolute, though not surprising, horror show for our future. 71% of Jamaican youth plan to migrate within the next 3 years. Nearly 3/4 of our young people are actively planning their exit strategy. And if you want to see exactly how this toxic reality plays out in the sporting world, look no further than the shocking ruling handed down just last month on April 16 by the World Athletics. Mr. Speaker, 4 of Jamaica's absolute finest elite field event superstars, our reigning 2024 Olympic men's discus champion, Roger Stoner, our Olympic shot put bronze medalist, Rajindra Campbell, our World Championship long jump silver medalist, Wayne Pinnock, and our triple jump junior world record holder, Jaden Hibbert, all completed documentation to switch their national allegiance to Turkey. Not because they lack patriotism, but because like so many Jamaicans, they no longer see mobility, growth, or stability within the current system. Today I ask this House, why should an Olympic gold medalist need to look elsewhere to secure his or her financial future? This is because our local system is underfunding their potential. These athletes are watching other countries invest strategically in athletes' welfare, training infrastructure, rehabilitation science, sponsorship structures, and professional development pathways, while Jamaica continues functioning on symbolism, patriotism, and outdated systems. The Sports Development Foundation public body's document tells a sobering story. While administrative expenditures and executive salaries are climbing, funding for athletes' welfare decreased this year. We cannot continue asking our athletes to survive on vibes, speeches, flag waving. We can't keep underfunding our talent and then we act shocked when they look toward foreign borders. I now turn to the physical state of our sport infrastructure. On February 27, 2025, the Minister of Sports confidently assured the nation that the resurfacing of the running track at the National Stadium was fully on track to be completed on time. However, during the PAAC hearing, the Permanent Secretary with responsibility for sports admitted that the contractors received payment before certification was secured, leaving the track entirely uncertified by World Athletics. Yes. A specialized international measuring lab visited Jamaica in April to see if the track can be certified. We are now in May, and the ministry is sitting on a report from that investigation. Why is this important? Because next month, in June, we are hosting our national trials to select teams for the Commonwealth Games and the World Under-20 Championships. If one of our athletes, sprinters, or youngsters shatters a world record, that once-in-a-lifetime achievement will be completely erased from history due to administrative incompetence. World Athletics will refuse to ratify it because the track lacks international certification. The administration is actively playing Russian roulette with the life-changing career moments of our youth. For over 8 straight years, we have seen architectural drawings from different expensive firms. We are paying millions for sketches, while our actual national stadium is a crumbling monument to unfulfilled promises. Mr. Speaker, let us consider the institutional deficiencies within the Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission, JADCO. At the Carifta Games, a brilliant Jamaican under-20 women's quartet clocked a blistering 42.58 seconds to smash the 4x100 world record. Let us cement their names into history. Serena Cole, Tia Clayton, and Brianna Liston. Mr. Speaker, JADCO committed a grave administrative oversight when they failed to test all 4 runners on the night of the race. Because of that gross procedural error, World Athletics invalidated that historic 42.5-year world record. We understand the implications. Do we understand the implications of this, especially for our young athletes? World records attract sponsorship. World records create leverage in contract negotiations. World records build global marketability. JADCO's mistake directly impacted earning power of the young Jamaican women. Yes, the team later returned to the World Under-20 Championships in Colombia and broke the world record again with a ratified 42.59 this time. But unfortunately, Brianna Liston was not a part of that final quartet because JADCO's failure, she permanently lost the opportunity to share that specific world record legacy. No administrative apology can restore that moment. Mr. Speaker, JADCO must pivot its operational model. Instead of allocating the lion's share of public funds towards holding centralized, high-cost symposium in hotel conference rooms, which grassroots coaches and rural sporting associations simply cannot afford to attend, JADCO must decentralize. They must take their anti-doping education workshops out of the luxury hotels and bring them directly to our community clubs and primary schools where the talent is born. Madam Speaker, let us expose the numbers directly from the audited books. If you look at the screen, the Sports Development Foundation's own financial statement tells an alarming trend in governance priorities. In 2024, the cost stood at 150 million. By 2025, that figure climbed to 166 million. And the projected administrative spend for 2026 has ballooned to a staggering 239 million. While bureaucracy costs are rising exponentially, capital development projects are being systematically choked. Funding for projects has been drastically cut, slashed from a high of 267 million in 2025 down to 152 million in 2026. The money gone in a pay. Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, look at the direct support for the people who sweat and bleed for this flag. The grants to athletes' welfare have been cut from 22 million in 2025 down to 21 million in 2026. Grants to the core sporting associations have plummeted from 202 million down to 172 million. These executives are taking more for administration while the local projects and the welfare of our players are given less. This has plunged our agency from a $132 million surplus in 2024 in a continuous structural deficit to date. Deficit. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to the financial commitments made by this administration. On September 23, 2023, Member Grange released a major media statement announcing a landmark $100 million investment for youth cricket development. The government reinforced this on March 12, 2024, when then Finance Minister Nigel Clark announced in his budget presentation that 40 million would be allocated in that fiscal year to kickstart the 3-year program. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hold the official document in my hand. I hold this official document in my hand, the truth, the statement to the members of the Jamaica Cricket Association on February 24, 2026. And let us read the unassailable timeline directly into the record. To date, out of the magnificent 100 million promise, the JCA has received $7 million. $7 million. $7 million. Well, it's a little bit more than the hurricane people received. But a single payment disbursed way back on February 18, 2025, that is less than 8% of the promised development fund. Mr. Speaker, let's just look at what this lack of sports tourism vision costs us. On the screen is the true economic impact of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in 2024. Our regional neighbors submitted their bids, built their infrastructures, and reaped massive economic returns. Barbados generated $426 million US dollars. St. Vincent and the Grenadines brought in $225 million. St. Lucia brought in $133 million US dollars, we're talking. Antigua brought in $114 million US dollars. Guyana secured $77 million. And Trinidad and Tobago saw an economic impact of $69 million. And what did Jamaica make from this multi-million-dollar regional windfall? Zero. Zip. Because this government completely failed to submit a bid to host the World Cup matches. When they were pressured and criticized for this massive failure, they use the 100 million cricket fund announcement as a political shield. As a political shield to quiet the public anger. Or a con, possibly. They failed our sports industry. They failed our sports tourism sector by not bidding for the World Cup. They promised 100 million in lieu of that failure, and today they have delivered less than 8% of that promise. A promise made must become a promise kept. And what are the real world consequences of this underfunding? While press conferences are plentiful, grassroots cricket continues to deteriorate. Look at our schools. Primary school cricket remains severely neglected by this government. In sport does community-based football and mainstream sports. But in sport, close your mouth. But in sport does absolutely zero grassroots development for cricket. Community programs remain inconsistent. Mr. Speaker, how do you expect the Jamaica Cricket Association to unearth and polish the next generation of cricketers, mastering in rural communities like Crofts Hill, Otterseat, Guava Ground, Bagwell, Desire, Johnsall, or even Morgan Spas, when the grassroots pipeline has been systematically starved? We are systematically eroding the foundational sport of the Caribbean out of the school's curriculum, leaving our local fields completely abandoned. The pipeline that once produced generations of West Indian excellence continues to weaken. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for the structural reform, not slogans, not press conferences, not photo ops, real, meaningful reform. Mr. Speaker, if you want to understand how broken our system is, let us look at our historic Sunshine Girls. On May 10, 2026, Netball Jamaica leadership put out a desperate public plea. Our netballers won a historic silver medal at the last Commonwealth Games. They are preparing for the upcoming global stage. Yet today, they are in an absolute crisis because they cannot afford a strength and conditioning coach due to severe financial constraints. Our international medalists are begging corporate Jamaica to chip in, to fund a fitness trainer. It is an absolute embarrassment that a country with our brand equity forces our elite sportswomen to beg just to prepare for international representation. We must move past the short-sighted model and capture the real economic sports. The economic data reveal a staggering global reality. The global sports industry is valued at $2.3 trillion US. Today is on track to hit $3.7 trillion by 2032 and will reach an unimaginable $8.8 trillion by 2050. Look at our competitive positioning. For 20 years, the UAE have completely dominated global cricket preseason training camps. But right now, due to intense geopolitical tensions, Dubai facilities are facing mass cancellations and teams withdrawals. International sporting families refuse to travel there. Antigua has already capitalized on this window aggressively, launching a world-class sports science and recovery lab this coming January to pull global bookings. And what is Jamaica doing? We own the undisputed global brand equity for speed. Our brand value is applicable across track, football, netball, NFL wide receivers. Yet, we have zero sports industry infrastructure. Many clubs and schools have raw ingredients for an elite academy, but they lack a strategic state partner. We are treating sports like a casual cultural asset, sitting on a gold mine while allowing foreign nations to extract wealth. Madam Speaker, I do not stand here merely to highlight structural cracks. Listen, member from St. Thomas Eastern. Western. I stand here to offer a progressive roadmap to systemic remedies that we must urgently pursue to rescue and rebuild our local sporting ecosystem. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I propose the following 4 definitive structural pillars. I propose the structured deployment of dedicated constituency sports officers, where 1 officer is assigned to manage 2 adjacent constituencies. We cannot effectively guide community intervention from an isolated office in Kingston. The core responsibility of these officers must be directly to manage, secure, and run active, weekly structured programming for our community netball courts, football fields, cricket pitches, and athletics track. Mr. Speaker, let us bring organized, disciplined athletic opportunities directly into the spaces where our youth congregate, providing a constructive, protective outlet for our young people in areas like Jericho, Ballards River, Pleasant Hill, Retford, Bullhead, and Andersontown, during the critical summer months when vulnerability is at its highest. Mr. Speaker, I also propose the immediate implementation of a criteria-driven, apolitical national sports policy designed to provide structured pension and health insurance frameworks for our retired icons. We must also end the reactive ad hoc approach to honoring our greats. Let us honor our giants while they're alive and well. Under this codified framework, I propose the immediate erection of a statue for the legendary ambassador Courtney Walsh at Sabina Park. Let us erect proper permanent monuments for our history makers, such as Diane Hemmings, the first female English-speaking Caribbean gold medalist. Juliet, the speaker is absent. Renowned boxer Mike McCallum. Yes, the body snatcher. Footballers Walter Blackerboy Pearnel. And of course, our footballing queen, Khadija Bonishaw. Oh, and I want to pause to congratulate her on being the MVP for the Super League in England and winning the Golden Boots. Big up Bonishaw. Yeah. And one of the world's best wicketkeepers, Jeffrey Dujan, who have not yet been recognized. For my 3rd pillar, I propose the immediate reactivation and formal reintroduction of the National Sports Council. The National Sports Council has not been convened, has not met, has been entirely dormant since 2016. We have experienced an entire decade of complete policy inertia at the absolute highest level of sports governance. As stakeholders have correctly pointed out, you cannot give an exponential national plan without a comprehensive supervisory body. Same we asked for in NARA. I propose that we urgently reconvene this Apex Council, populated with an intentional blend of sporting expertise, representatives from the ministry, the leadership from the Jamaica Olympic Association. We need a competent, collaborative policy-making body that meets regularly to supervise national deliverables, manage long-term strategic plans, and directly attracting international capital to our local associations. We must end the decade-long administrative standstill. I conclude, Mr. Speaker, on the most critical structural recommendation of all. I propose the immediate administrative separation of sports from its current arrangement. Data from a World Economic Forum analysis reveal that global sports economy is projected to reach 3.7 trillion by 2030 and skyrocket to 8.8 trillion in 2015, driven heavily by sectors like sports tourism, academies, and connected technology. You cannot effectively capture a share of this multi-trillion-dollar market when the portfolio is suffocated inside a mega ministry alongside gender, culture, and entertainment. We need a hyper-focused, singular ministerial mandate backed by an independent budget. We need a standalone ministry that is structurally equipped to build private-public sports academies, secure our international track certifications, defend our athletics labor force, negotiate global preseason training contracts, and aggressively position Jamaica as the undisputed sporting and sports tourism hub of the Caribbean. Because sport is no longer simply recreation, sport is an industry. Sport is exports. Sport is tourism. Sport is a foreign exchange. Sport is economic growth. And if we continue managing it with outdated thinking, other countries will continue to monetize Jamaican excellence better than Jamaica itself. Previous administrations led by the PNP always understood some fundamental. Previous administration led by the PNP always understood this fundamental, something fundamental. Sport is not merely recreation, sport is social mobility. Sport is nation building, and sport is economic transformation. The People's National Party invested heavily in sports because it recognized extraordinary power of athletes to change the trajectory from ordinary Jamaican lives, particularly for young people coming from struggling communities with limited opportunities. I stand here in this honored house today as a living proof of that vision. I know personally what investment in sport can do. I benefited from the sports. 30 seconds. 2 minutes, Mr. Chief, please. I know personally that investment in sports can do.
Member, you're going to wrap up now. Wrap up now.
I benefited from sports scholarship opportunities provided by the late, great Michael Manley that allowed me to pursue my education while simultaneously developing my cricketing abilities. Those opportunities did not merely produce an athlete, they produced stability, discipline, exposure, and hope. That is transformational power of sports, Mr. Speaker. For many young Jamaicans, a football field, a cricket pitch, a netball court, or an athletic track is not simply a place to play. It is often the first doorway out of poverty, out of violence, out of hopelessness, and into purpose. That is why sports policy can be treated as ceremonial politics or seasonal public relations. It must be treated as a serious national development policy. Mr. Speaker, the time for excuses has expired. The time for structural illusions and broken promises is over. The time for structural transformation is now. The business of play is serious economic business, and it is time we lead in with power. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, but of most import, I thank the great people of Clarendon Northern. Thank you.
Will the member from St. Catherine Southeastern? Member from St. Catherine Southeastern?
Permission to speak from a seat that's other than my own.
Granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise. I want to firstly thank the Almighty, for it is by His grace alone that I stand in this place carrying this portfolio. To my family, who surrendered dinners, evenings, and weekends to a life they never chose, I thank you. I salute my son Aaron, who reminds me ever so often how good our lives used to be before politics. My biological and adopted mothers here, the pillars I lean against when the weight of this work grows heavy. My siblings and their offspring, whose humbling words and comic relief arrive precisely when I need them the least and require it the most. My father and my political godfather, who have guided and ordered my steps. My friends, who gave good counsel when the road grew uncertain. To the constituents of Southeast St. Catherine, who placed their faith in me as their servant leader, I thank you for the privilege of carrying your voice, your words, and your hope into the noble house today. To the leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, who 2 years ago was scorned for appointing a shadow spokesperson on health and wellness with no seat in any house. As I told you then, I say again, thank you for trusting me. I will never let you down. To my colleagues, I extend the courtesy and respect this House demands and deserves. And to the Jamaican people from yard and abroad who shared their thoughts, their fears, their stories about healthcare with me, I speak today in your name. Every word is yours. Mr. Speaker, there are people watching this contribution to see whether I will reach into the protection of the parliamentary privilege to say what cannot be safely said outside these walls, where the threats of lawsuits abound. Some of them, I suspect, are very nervous. To those individuals, I speak plainly. There may come a day when the light is shone on those who occupy untenable but personally enriching positions. Positions sustained not by merit, not by qualification, not by any stellar record of public service, but by ministerial protection and political convenience. But today is not that day. There may come a day when we stand here and call out those who wave the flag of free market capitalism, while they, without fair competition for contracts, gouge the pockets of the sick and the dying. But today is not that day. There may come a day when the Hansard captures every detail that I know about the acts of corruption I have hinted at, and which the Auditor General and the Integrity Commission have corroborated. But today is not that day. Mr. Speaker, I did not come here today to beat. I came here to teach. And let the record be clear. The restraint I exercise today is not the restraint of fear. It is the deliberate choice, because Jamaica does not need more spectacle. Jamaica needs more solutions. Mr. Speaker, I occupy, by the grace of God and the confidence of my constituents, a position that I believe is genuinely unique. I am, to the best of my knowledge, the only bariatric surgeon serving simultaneously as a sitting legislator anywhere on this earth. I raise that not as a trophy, but as a symbol of trust. For those unfamiliar, bariatric surgery is the surgical and medical treatment of obesity and the associated chronic diseases devastating Jamaican families from Negril Point to Moran Point. I do not study these diseases from behind a desk. I operate, I counsel, I watch them reverse when the right intervention reaches the patient at the right time, and I watch them kill when that intervention is denied. So I speak today not as a civilian reading from a script prepared by PR consultants and technocrats. I am speaking as a soldier who has fought in the trenches. From decades of patience, personal experience, and practical knowledge of the health sector at every level, from health centers to the operating theaters to boardrooms. Where others have studied the numbers, I have held the consequences of their poor policy decisions in my hands. Mr. Speaker, I must now acknowledge in his absence the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. I have spent considerable time reviewing his sectoral presentations from 2016 to this very year, every one of them. And having done so, I want to say something that may surprise this House. Honourable Minister, I salute you. By the measure of your own tactical objectives, the targets, programs, and deliverables you set before the House, year after year, you have achieved a passing grade. Clinics refurbished, units commissioned, posts created, programs launched, machines procured, documents tabled, task force announced, job fairs held. The minister should have taken a bow if he were here. Knock it gently, knock it. However, he has met his targets while missing his people. He has achieved his objectives while abandoning his purpose to deliver quality health care, rich in announcements, poor in outcomes. That is the record. The healthcare system, despite every tactical success over 10 years, remains in shambles. For example, Jamaica hemorrhages healthcare workers while the government applies a band-aid of job fairs and claims that as a tactical success. And that contradiction is why I did not come here to beat. I came here to teach so Jamaicans can spot gaslighting from a distance and work together to defeat it. Winning battles does not win the war. There's no more vivid illustration of this truth than the conflict unfolding between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Every single tactical objective has been achieved. The Iranian Navy neutralized, the Air Force grounded, air defense systems dismantled, key installations destroyed, the supreme leader killed, the top leadership annihilated. By every tactical measure, they are winning. And yet, the strategic objective of regime change looks more unattainable today than before the first missile was fired. The people have rallied behind the regime. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The NATO alliance cries for peace rather than joining the war. The regime endures. Tactical success does not equal strategic success. Winning battles does not win the war, and a government that makes mistakes, made-up targets for real outcomes, that replaces strategy with spectacle, is a government that has lost its way, however many press releases it generates. While they celebrated the newly painted clinics that have no doctors or nurses, patients cannot manage their chronic diseases because there remains no access to care. Achieving the tactical success of Jamaica moves over 7 years means nothing to those living the realities of sustained increases in obesity, diabetes, and hypertension that program has failed to address. Briefly paying billions of dollars for outsourced private radiological studies until the money ran out means nothing to the family of the stroke victim who today must find cash up front to pay a private entity and pray that an ambulance is available for their relative. The promise of a new hospital tower means nothing to the patient sleeping for days in a chair in the emergency room. Today, Mr. Speaker, only one operating theatre is functional at the Bustamante Hospital for Children. Only 1 out of 6. What? Again, over 50 surgeries cancelled and counting. Wow. Again. Yet the tactical success of an emotional support dog to comfort the children who may never get their life-saving surgery is paraded as success. Gaslighting. In creating tactical objectives, the input of the staff is consistently ignored. When operating theatre staff asked that their AC units be fixed, that they be given the tools and even the drapes to carry out their jobs properly, they were ignored. But Code Care, where we flew in doctors and nurses to scratch the surface of the surgical backlog, was presented to this House as a tremendous success. That surgical backlog, the strategic objective of curing cancers, treating hernias, fibroids, and restoring sight is still there. And staff still cancel cases because there are no sterile drapes and theaters are closed because of malfunctioning AC units. Know your numbers, again, it is not a legitimate screening program. If we were serious about screening, access would exist in every single health center, access would exist in pharmacies, doctors' offices, and back-to-school fairs, not on road tours to generate content for social media. I wonder how many here in this House even know what an HbA1c is. The single most important number to someone at risk of or who has diabetes. And if you do, where can you get that test done today? Access to screening cannot be through road tours. It must be everywhere. In a country where breast cancer is the second leading cancer in women, out of 25 hospitals and over 300 clinics, how many mammograms are currently functional? If it is 2, it is enough. 300 clinics, 25 hospitals, 2 functioning mammograms, breast cancer being the second leading cause of cancer in women. Where colon cancer is the third leading cancer, why are fit tests and colonoscopies not available for screening for precancerous polyps rather than diagnosing advanced cancers with less likelihood of a cure? We salute the inclusion of prostate cancer screening coverage by the NHF, but where can a 40-year-old without an NHF card get his PSA tech today? The grand opening of the administrative block at Pearnel Regional Hospital was a tactical success. But did it mean anything to the doctors and nurses who went on strike recently to protest the overcrowding in the hospital that forced them to step over patients on the floor to treat other patients? The strategic objective of having diabetics walking on 2 legs can be achieved in 2 ways. We could set up a program to pay for prosthetic legs after amputations, or we could screen diabetic patients with the ankle brachial index and treat them medically, thus reducing amputations by 70%. Wow. We can guess which one this government chose. The one with the flare. Mr. Speaker, the strategic objectives we desire are clear. I want proper health care for my constituents, from Bridgeport to Bridgeview, Westmead to Garvermead, Cumberland and Cumberland Meadows to Westchester, Waterford to Passageford, Myrtle Way, Pigeon Shoot, Rattown, Edgewater, Independence City, Portsmouth to Back Road, and medical care with dignity for everyone, wherever they seek treatment across Jamaica. We, on both sides of the aisle, must accept that health care has reached crisis levels and work together to fix our public health system. Because when doctors triage patients in emergency rooms, they are not classified as comrades and laborites. They are classified as sick, well sick, and dying. And they all get exposed to the overcrowding, the lack of beds, and the long waits. Blood tests do not come back as orange or green. Blood tests come back as Jamaicans who need medical care with quality and dignity. We cannot hug them up at election time and not fight for better health care when we enter this house, leaving them to suffer. I think of my own high school teacher, a woman who gave decades of her life shaping the minds of Jamaica's children, diagnosed with cancer. She waits still for radiation treatment in the public system that they cannot accommodate. Those like her, waiting for cancer treatment that never comes because they cannot find the money to pay for private tests and treatment. They are the statistics we see in the glossy publications, but they are real people with real families losing hope for a cure. So let me define in plain language. What this government should be measuring itself against is not the current tactical objectives, but the universal strategic ones. Strategic success means not a single patient, not one, sleeps in a chair on the floor of a crowded emergency room. Strategic success means the nurse arriving for her shift finds the tools she needs, the co-worker she was promised, and the conditions that allow her to practice compassionately. It means the patient who presents at a clinic can receive the tests and the treatment they need without being told to find money and without being condemned to suffer if they cannot. It means my teacher gets her radiation treatment before her cancer progresses beyond what treatment can reach it. It means the premature baby born in Westmoreland tonight has access to an ICU space and a ventilator, not because her parents are wealthy, but because this country has decided that every life is worth fighting for. This is what strategic success looks like. Not a ribbon cut, not a machine installed in a ceremony, not a document tabled, but a patient who lived because the system was there when they needed it. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Unfortunately, we have reduced healthcare in Jamaica to treating diseases because we are stuck in a loop where we are unable to properly address the wellness of the mind, body, and spirit. And until we transcend the debate surrounding sickness and focus on making Jamaicans physically, mentally, and spiritually whole, we will continue to live in a broken society. Let us look first towards the physical. The health of a people is determined long before they present to a doctor. Obesity, our greatest challenge today, will not be solved by how Jamaica moves. Obesity will be solved by how Jamaica eats. Our food industry is killing us slowly, profitably, and with the implicit blessing of a government that cannot speak of healthy eating while the Prime Minister cuts ribbons at fast food restaurant openings and calls it prosperity. That contradiction is not merely ironic, Mr. Speaker, it is deadly. The true culprit in Jamaica's non-communicable disease epidemic is glucose, the sustained elevation of blood glucose that produces insulin resistance, the engine that drives obesity, type 2 diabetes, kidney failure, amputations, and early deaths. And despite the war on cane sugar, funded by special interest groups, the single greatest source of that glucose in Jamaica is not the sweetened beverages they want us to solely focus on. It is the rice, the processed foods, the bread, the biscuits, the cereals, and the junk food. The heavy carbohydrate diet that forms the daily reality of hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans, not because they are irresponsible, but because it is the cheapest food available to them. I am for a reduction in the consumption of sweetened beverages, but as long as the conversation is only around cane sugar and beverages, those who make Jamaicans sick with their junk foods will continue to get a free pass. A primarily protein and vegetable, low carbohydrate diet is scientifically the most effective intervention for reversing chronic non-communicable diseases. This is what my patients are taught. This is what they fix when they reverse their chronic non-communicable diseases. This is what the Ministry of Health should be teaching in every clinic and school in this country. Unfortunately, the most popular protein source in Jamaica is chicken back, the lowest protein, highest fat content of all chicken parts, not by choice, by poverty. Import duties of 240% on healthier chicken parts have taxed nutrition out of the reach of those who most need it. Eating healthy in Jamaica is a luxury for those who can least afford to get sick. This is not a health problem, it is a social justice epidemic. We welcome the tobacco regulations, but I am cautious that over-regulation will drive the industry underground, where there's a booming illicit trade in cigarettes that deprives the government of the sin taxes used to fund the NHF. We need stricter regulations on tobacco, yes. We need to reduce the consumption of sugary drinks, yes. But do not turn this into a ban on plastic straws to save turtles, while our drains are clogged with plastic bottles and our arteries clogged with fried chicken and fries. If we do not nourish our bodies or temples with foods that heal and restore, rather than those that degrade and destroy, we will be always fixing the same diseases at great cost to the individual, productivity, and the state. Mr. Speaker, Yates warned, things fall apart if the center cannot hold. That center for every Jamaican standing in the middle of their own life, trying to keep it together, is mental health. The mind, Mr. Speaker, is not an afterthought. It is the engine room of the nation, and it is being left to stall. Mental health demands definitive action, not wellness benches installed for a photo op. Definitive action to stop the suicides taking our young people before they have lived. To help the families struggling with mental health patients who cannot remain admitted to hospital, but whom they cannot care for in their homes. Bellevue Hospital needs diagnostic services, roofs that don't leak, and at the most basic level of human dignity, enough food to feed its patients. Not more announcements of plans afoot while patients and families suffer. And we Jamaicans do not want to see one more headline announcing a murder committed by a man of unsound mind who was failed by community psychiatry. Today, amid the onslaught of man-made and natural disasters, Jamaicans are feeling hopeless, helpless, and neglected by the state and their fellow Jamaicans. We need to make wellness checks, look for the signs of depression, and give a helping hand or even a listening ear. You will never know the weight of the burden you may have lifted or the life you may have saved. And above all, if you're feeling down, hold on to hope, because better must come one day soon. Before I go on to the final dimension of health, let me take a step back from the personal level to the public health system, because we need to fully appreciate why we are in the situation that exists today. Mr. Speaker, it takes cash to care, as my colleagues across the aisle know very well. In 2007, that cash was removed from our public health system by a hastily conceived, poorly implemented, free healthcare initiative, a campaign promise that gutted a revenue stream and left a fiscal wound that was never fully healed. It was only one in a series of devastating decisions that ultimately required the prescription of bitter medicine by the then Prime Minister, who left office before he could administer it. It was not the government that paid the price of that bitter medicine. The price was paid by the people. The sacrifice was made by the masses to pay down the JLP debts from 140% of GDP to where it is today. During the IMF-imposed austerity, civil servants consented to frozen wages year after year, while the cost of living climbed around them. Their sacrifice, their suffering, and silence, the invisible fuel of national recovery. Users of the health sector were told by the IMF that spending could not increase because the priority was paying down the debt the JLP government had accumulated. And every single Jamaican absorbed that cost through their sacrifice, their suffering, and their solidarity with Sister P and Peter P. As a result of the sacrifice of the people to create the fiscal space for greater social spend, health spending has grown from $60 billion to almost $200 billion. That growth is real, but the very people who sacrificed then are still sacrificing today. Because although the health budget has tripled, the suffering has worsened over the last 10 years. Babies more likely to die even when the budget has tripled. More pregnant mothers dying during childbirth even when the budget was tripled. More diabetes, more hypertension, more strokes, rising faster than the global average even when the budget has been tripled. Because this government does not believe in the people. The evidence is there in the allocation of resources. The evidence is in who benefits and who continues to be left behind. The evidence is in the gap between the announcement and the outcomes. They achieve tactical objectives, but never the strategic objectives. A gap that is measured not in dollars, but in human lives. The same pattern lives in the Hurricane Melissa aftermath. Jamaicans are living in shelters while their government sits on $1.4 billion of donated aid. $1.4 billion, $26 million spent out of $1.4 billion. Money that Jamaicans sacrifice to send to their brothers and sisters sleeping on the tarpaulins while this government sits on their donations. This is not incompetence. This is not bureaucracy. This is a pattern. A pattern of an uncaring government that spends freely but never on the needy. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell a man to eat right and exercise and not drink rum and boom when he has lost everything and the government is sitting on the cash meant to help his family. You cannot discuss period poverty with a woman in a shelter. First, you must fix that poverty, period. Hurricane Melissa's aftermath is not just a housing crisis, it is a moral failure on the part of the government. Partaking in photo ops with suffering hurricane victims, knowing full well they are sitting on money donated in the name of humanity and refuse to spend it on them. We cannot speak of mental health achievements when half the country is wondering if their lives will ever be the same again and counting down the days to the next hurricane season while sleeping on the tarpaulins. It is unconscionable, and no amount of spin doctoring by the squealers on this animal farm can save you from the conclusions that Jamaicans have already drawn about how you really feel about them. The world is watching how the government is treating those most in need of restoring their lives. And pardon my violation of the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, it not look good. Mr. Speaker, health is not the exclusive domain of the Ministry of Health. When a grandmother cannot afford the taxi fare to keep her clinic appointment, to keep her high blood pressure under control, that too, Mr. Speaker, is a health crisis, and the minister responsible for transport must answer. When a pensioner must choose between her electricity bill and her prescription, that too is a health crisis, and the minister responsible for energy must answer. When a cataract patient joins over 4,500 patients who cannot get sight-saving surgery from the Cubans because their government chose visas over vision, that too is a health crisis, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs must answer. And when the mother who falls into the gap, not poor enough for path, but can't afford to send her child to school, and the child is malnourished and unable to learn, that too is a health crisis, and the Minister of Labour and Social Security must answer. When a family cannot afford vegetables and subsist on chicken back and rice and peas, that too is a health crisis, and the Minister of Agriculture must answer. And when the rats and roaches run amok in uncollected garbage piling up in our communities, that too is a health crisis, and the Minister of Local Government must answer. And when the most vulnerable users of our public health hospitals must beg on social media to find money for their treatment, when only the connected few enjoy the promised prosperity, that too is a health crisis, and the Minister of Finance must answer. We do not have a healthcare system that caters to the masses. We do not have a government that caters to the masses. No fiscal, agricultural, or even donation policies address the socio-economic determinants of health. And all of it together, every gap, every failure, every unanswered cry is a national health crisis. one that this government must admit to and stop covering up with promises and prophecies. I left out water. I thought, we're good. We're good. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, I saw a woman gunned down in cold blood by one who had sworn to serve and protect her. Then her body was pulled from the car by the feet like a carcass and thrown in the back of a van. Whereas due process must be allowed and justice must take its course, we all know what we saw. What we saw was one woman losing her life and several men losing their humanity. Humanity is the quality of compassion, empathy, and moral care that we extend to one another. It is putting the needs of others before ourselves, understanding that true happiness is not found in accumulation, but in contribution. True fulfillment is not the product of receiving, but of giving, that we may live on an island, but no man is an island. But I fear that we are losing our humanity because we have ignored the existence of our spiritual health, the final component of health. We have become polarized by party politics so much that some would defend the exploitation and abuse of others because our core desire to be a part of the party collective is greater than our God-instilled desire to defend the vulnerable. We have rationalized our partiality by reducing human lives to lesser beings based on their address, the shade of their skin, and the size of their bank accounts. And in doing so, we are destroying our own spiritual health. Too many Jamaicans are physically fit, mentally stable, but spiritually dead inside because they chose selfishness over service, prosperity over philanthropy, and politics over the people. Every day that we turn a blind eye to the suffering of our brothers and sisters, a little piece of what it means to be human dies in us. To save our spiritual health, we must subordinate our self-interest to a greater purpose. And that greater purpose is to give hope to the hopeless, be a voice for the voiceless, and work together to destroy the system that sees poor people sleeping on hospital floors while billions of dollars are misallocated or missing. A system where people are still suffering from Hurricane Melissa while humanitarian aid sits idly. I believe that we still have empathy and compassion that defines us as Jamaicans, and I believe that we still have the blood of the revolutionaries flowing in our veins. And that is why I still believe that there is hope for a better healthcare system in Jamaica. Because once we have awakened from our slumber, we will fight together to dismantle this current system and build a better one. We will demand together that proper healthcare be treated as a human right enshrined in our Constitution, regardless of their job or their address, a human right for every single Jamaican. And when enough of us have decided that enough is enough, and we will fight not for prosperity for the few, but provision for the many, we can in unison say it loudly across Jamaica land we love. To the patients sleeping in the emergency rooms tonight, don't fret too much because better will come. To the family praying for an ICU space, hold the faith because better soon come. And to those holding on to the last string of hope for a better life, hold on just a little longer because better must come. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Crap. House Leader.
Let me thank the members who contributed today. The member from Northern Clarendon, who gave a substantial presentation. Yeah. The member from Southeastern St. Catherine. A very wide-ranging, I mean, I'll leave it at that. And of course, we heard from the Minister of Labour and Social Security, who gave an excellent presentation, a very, very good presentation on all the matters around Labour and Social Security. Mr. Speaker, as we are in public business, we will now commence the debate on the National Housing Trust Amendment Act.
Mr. Speaker, today we commence the debate on the National Housing Trust Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to commence the debate of this Honourable House on the bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act, herein referred to as the bill. The bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend the National Housing Trust Act to allow for the continuation of the special distribution from the National Housing Trust to central government. As this Honourable House may be aware, in 2013, under the Extended Fund Facility with the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the government of the day obtained contributions towards fiscal consolidation from the National Housing Trust in the amount of $11.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. This was achieved by way of an amendment to the National Housing Trust Act, the NHT Act, the provisions of which came to an end March of 2017. Mr. Speaker, given the need for further budgetary support for the government's economic program, a further amendment of the NHT Act was undertaken in August 2017 to facilitate the continuation of annual transfers from the NHT for the fiscal year 2017-2018 to 2020-2021, and again in December 2020 to facilitate a further continuation of annual transfers for the fiscal year 2021-2022 to 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, I know the members of this Honourable House would agree with me that the year 2025 was an unprecedented year for the country, with the passage and impact of Hurricane Melissa on October 28, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the resulting damage from the hurricane materially altered the government's fiscal environment. Extensive destruction to critical infrastructure, productive sectors, and public assets has placed severe pressure on the public finances and increased the need for continued recovery spending. So, Madam Speaker, in February of 2026, the Government of Jamaica announced revised revenue measures to include the continuation of the annual transfers from the National Housing Trust to the central government. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the contribution of the transfers from the NHT to the central government have averaged approximately 12.6% of non-tax revenue over the past 5 years, 2021-22 to 2025-26. The NHT continues to maintain a strong asset position, with assets exceeding liabilities by approximately 1.8 times over the medium term. It is expected that the NHT will be able to continue to operate profitably while seeking to expand access to housing. Based on the NHT's expected expenditure plans, strong revenue base, and robust asset position, the NHT will be able to sustain the annual 11.4 billion transfers to the government over the medium term while maintaining adequate cash surpluses. Mr. Speaker, having regard to this and the need for recovery spending due to the impact of Hurricane Melissa, the government has decided to maintain the financing of $11.4 billion from the National Housing Trust as one of the revenue measures adopted to support the government's budget for the fiscal year 2026-27. This revenue measure is expected to continue for 5 years, and the financing provided will be by way of distribution, grant, or otherwise as may be determined by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Mr. Speaker, while the government reluctantly opted to continue this revenue measure, the rationale is that the discontinuation of this measure during the current economic climate, which has significantly been altered by the passage of Hurricane Melissa, would result in a significant fall-off in government revenues. The government's economic program continues to rely on these transfers from the NHT to fund expenditure outlined in the national budget. Also, without this revenue measure, Mr. Speaker, the government would either have to reduce expenditure or table a tax package to cover the shortfall. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, as I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the specific provision of the bill. The bill, which was tabled before this Honourable House, comprises 3 clauses which make provisions as follows. Clause 1 sets out the short title and construction of the Act, which is cited as the National Housing Trust Amendment Special Provisions Act 2026, and must be read and construed as one with the National Housing Trust Act and all amendments thereto. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 4 of the National Housing Trust Act to afford for the NHT to provide financing up to a maximum annual amount of $11.4 billion for fiscal consolidation in respect of each of the financial years ending respectively on March 31, 2027, March 31, 2028, March 31, 2029, and March 31, 2030, and March 31, 2031. This clause also provides the financing in respect of the above may be by way of distribution, grant, or otherwise, as the minister responsible for finance may determine. Clause 3, which outlines the duration of the Act, provides that the Act will continue in force until March 31, 2031, and will then expire. Mr. Speaker, as the members of this Honourable House would have observed, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and gives an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the revenue measures of continuing the provision of a financial distribution for fiscal consolidation of $11.4 billion per annum by the NHT for a period of 5 years. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, Mr. Speaker, indicate that discontinuation of the annual transfers of $11.4 billion contribution from the NHT would result in a significant fall-off in government revenue. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the government's economic program relies on the transfer of the $11.4 billion to fund expenditures in the national budget, Without these transfers, Mr. Speaker, the government would be forced to reduce expenditures or table a tax package to cover the shortfall. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I ask this honourable House to give due consideration and support to this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. I may as well push it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Trust was established in the mid-1970s. 1976 to be specific, and it is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. It was one of the significant achievements of the government of that era in raising capital to transform the housing opportunities for Jamaicans who were suffering from very inadequate, dehumanizing shelter conditions. That situation may have changed somewhat in the sense that the work of the National Housing Trust has delivered hundreds of thousands of housing solutions over the 50 years of its existence. But Jamaica still suffers from a chronic shortage of affordable housing. Young people in particular may aspire to own their own home, but find it very difficult to do so. The accessibility and affordability of what is being developed by developers in the market is beyond their means. And the Housing Trust ought to be purposed and empowered to meet that critical need. Yes. By way of background, it is true that in 2013, when Jamaica had a debt-to-GDP ratio of 147% and was in an IMF program, or seeking to get into an IMF program, in circumstances where the previous program had been crashed by the previous government, and our name was mud with the international financial community, we had to run a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP, meaning that we had to run a surplus of revenue over non-debt expenditure of 7.5% of GDP. And the way in which that could be done, at the time, based on an analysis of an international accounting firm which advised the cabinet, was that for 4 years, $11.4 billion per annum could be taken from the NHT to get Jamaica out of that crisis. And that was done. At the time, an NGO which had an affiliation with the opposition took the matter to court. The opposition at the time was strongly against the use of the funds of the NHT to help Jamaica solve its fiscal crisis. The court ruled that the legislation was lawful, and it was implemented for those 4 years. When the government changed in 2016, the government that had formally opposed this legislation while in opposition proceeded to endorse the arrangement, passing legislation not once, not twice, but now 3 times to extend the period of extracting these resources from the NHT for 4 years at a time. In the election campaign of 2025, the People's National Party indicated that we were against any further extension of this arrangement. Jamaica's fiscal situation had fundamentally changed compared to where it was in 2013. Whereas the debt to GDP ratio back then was in the 140% range, it had been reduced due to the success of the fiscal responsibility framework to the 60% range. And there was no justification for diverting the resources of National Housing Trust from its statutory purpose of providing shelter, affordable shelter for Jamaicans who need it, to becoming a fund to support the government's general budgetary needs. The government is well aware of that commitment that we made, and one would have expected that if they were seeking our support for this, they would have come and had dialogue with us and explained why they saw the necessity to extend this for another 5 years. There has been no such consultation or discussion. We are painfully aware that Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica in late October last year, and that the lingering effects on the economy are real. Had they come to us and said, well, for the fiscal year 26-27 that we're now in, we need to have this extended for a year, we would have probably said we will support that. Indeed, if they had said, we are going to need it for 2 years because it's going to take 2 years to deal with the recovery from the hurricane, we would have probably told them, well, let's do it 1 year at a time and see how it plays out. Because things have changed. For example, in the current fiscal year, the increased price of oil and gas has meant that the government is enjoying a windfall on the SCT on fuel, which was not in the budget. We don't know how much that windfall is yet, but there's no doubt that it's real. So, had we had those kind of discussions, we could have probably agreed some way of addressing this matter. But in keeping with the way that the government treats this opposition and the lack of consultation on matters that they know are of fundamental importance to us, they have tabled this bill, extending this arrangement for 5 more years. In the meantime, the NHT is outsourcing much of its lending to the private sector now. It has to be paying a subsidy to the private sector for the interest rate on those mortgages, which is a cost to the NHT, and the shelter crisis of Jamaicans continues in a very real sense and is not being met by the housing policy of this government. Mr. Speaker, that is the context in which this bill is being debated today. We will not support this bill. This bill could have achieved our support had we had consultations and worked out what we consider a reasonable arrangement given the hurricane that passed. But to bring a bill here and to say that you're going to take another $57.5 billion out of the National Housing Trust over the next 5 years is unacceptable to us. We do not agree with it, and in the 50th anniversary of the National Housing Trust, implemented by the late, great Prime Minister of Jamaica, Michael Joshua Manley, we will not support this bill. Mr. Speaker, that is our position. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of, I've had the privilege of being involved now in 11 debates related to the National Housing Trust drawdown, 10 through the upper house, and it's my first through the lower house. And each time I've started by looking at the memorandum
of Objects and Reasons. But before I do that, I must admit I was a little taken aback by the reasoning of the member a while ago, because one would assume, having read the World Bank assessment of the damage having toured the country as he would have, that no consultation would have been required to know that the drawdown would be required, certainly at least this year and definitely next year, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually rather surprised at the reasoning. But as you look at you should look back at the World Bank report to see the level of damage. It will take some time to recover. But as you look back at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, this is a choice that the members in this House have to make between a drawdown that actuaries have said has no material impact to the books of the NHT and an increase in taxation. This is a choice between continuing an arrangement from 2013 and a widening fiscal deficit because of the damage related to Melissa. This is a choice between maintaining an arrangement and increasing borrowing, Mr. Speaker. So to my mind, there is very little choice before this Honourable House, because it is the logical decision that we would support the drawdown from an entity that can afford it. There is another contemplation, you see, because when we refer to context of 2013 and to the debt to GDP ratio, there are other factors that are rarely mentioned in this House that would have led to our concern as to the impact on housing that this would have had at that time, because each year is different, each factor is different. We need to recall that in 2013, when this measure was introduced in this House, there was intense public scrutiny on the HAJ. By 2015, the agency was almost bankrupt and the output was particularly poor during that 4-year period. So that agency was not achieving the mandate of the housing policy. In 2012, the year before this was brought here, there were several parliamentary sessions looking at the impact of Operation Pride on the books of HAJ. We are still today in 2026, Mr. Speaker, correcting some of the ills from that project, including running pipes in communities where people were handed over homes. That is a reality today. Right? 2 of the projects mentioned by me in my own sectoral refer to projects that were developed by Operation Pride. So that concern would have weighed on us. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that we need to recall is that in, I believe it was 2012, though it came to light in 2014, it was brought to the nation's attention the $175 million purchase of the Outer Many lands, which was misuse of the Housing Trust funds. So when one looks at the record of housing starts, this administration certainly versus any PNP administration before, when you look at the mismanagement of the funds, whether it was within the Housing Trust or within the consolidated fund, no one should be surprised that we would have had concerns about the PNPs then meddling with the National Housing Trust. But the critical issue to examine is whether or not this drawdown, in practical terms, impacts the delivery of more mortgages, meaning is the housing stock that people are trying to buy now going to be impacted with higher rates, or are they going to be able to get mortgages? And there is no economist or finance professional that has said this has impacted mortgages. The other issue is very simply, is it impacting our ability to deliver the number of homes that we have? And the question is, does the market have the absorptive capacity to take this $11 billion now using the NHT's mandate? And quite frankly, the market doesn't, and there's a number of reasons for that. And we are fixing those critical issues. One, we're all critically aware as members of Parliament the issues that we have related to land and titling, which is why I was particularly proud to see the recently announced and commenced project being funded by our friends from South Korea. It is indeed a step in the right direction. The other issue is the pace of approvals, which is why understanding the absolute need for enterprise-level construction to restore thousands of homes in the West, I was happy to see the passage of NARA, because we do need to be able to engage enterprise-level construction at pace. So that will deal with that particular issue. The other critical issue which we have to navigate is the supply of skilled labor rather, Mr. Speaker. And we are also attending to that limiting factor by having made several of the courses under the Heart Academy over the last 10 years free for Jamaicans who wish to upskill themselves, free when they used to have to pay, Mr. Speaker. So we're dealing with many of the factors that limit the ability of the market to provide homes. But quite frankly, the market today or next year will not yet be able to absorb this $11.4 billion. So again, the leader has stated that they will not support it. But what they're saying to the public is that they would have preferred that we either increase tax, increase borrowing, or destroy the fiscal affairs of the country by increasing the deficit. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on every responsible member in this House to support what is the logical decision of an administration that seeks to rebuild not just roads and water systems and schools and churches and hospitals, but also to ensure we make the intervention in the housing market that restores those who have lost and give those who have a genuine opportunity or have a genuine want and dream to have their own home, Mr. Speaker. This does not compromise those dreams. In fact, it supports those dreams. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker.
You want to say?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is necessary, Mr. Speaker, that I make a brief intervention on this matter. The Minister of Finance would have explained, and it is indeed in her script, that she said we reluctantly seek to extend. Because I think for every Jamaican who treasures the NHT and wants to see the NHT fully maintain its statutory mission, that to use NHT funds for anything other than building housing would be of grave concern. And so I want it to be clear for the record that the government is not doing this by virtue of being in any way profligate, in being in any way ignoring the statutory mandate of the NHT, or is just doing this because it has the authority to do it. The Minister of Finance explained that this extension was necessary because of the damage that was done by Hurricane Melissa. Significant damage, over $11 billion of damage, more than 50% of our GDP. The opposition argues as if the damage has no fiscal impact, that we could use our regular fiscal measures and meet the cost of recovery, meet the cost of reconstruction without having to put in place additional fiscal measures or extend measures that were already on the books. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the public debate acknowledges that this is a necessary measure. I'm trying to come to grips with the leader of the opposition's position, which is he's not supporting the measure because we didn't come and negotiate with him. So it's not about the fact that the country faces a fiscal threat, that we needed to do this, that we don't want to do it, just for doing its sake, but it is a necessary measure. So it appears to me that the leader of the opposition would put the country at risk for his ego. Well, Mr. Speaker, in this matter, I will be the first to say, and I repeat, that this is not something that we do without taking into consideration that it was absolutely necessary. And if it were not necessary, it would not be done. The second difficulty I'm having with the presentation by the leader of the opposition is the suggestion that somehow this measure will deprive homeowners of the opportunity, or potential homeowners of the opportunity of owning their own home. That somehow $11.4 billion from the NHT would deprive $11.4 billion of housing expenditure. Minister Saboda, the member from Northeast Manchester, Northeast Centre, would have addressed this matter, because yes, we always have a financial challenge with the development of housing, no doubt. But the real challenge now is not a demand side challenge. It's not a lack of financing challenge. The real challenge is a supply side issue. The absorptive capacity of the country to actually produce the number of houses that are needed to fill the housing gap. We estimate that the country would need roughly 150,000 housing units to adequately supply the demand for housing. So this would mean the persons who are able to purchase on the open market, persons who are not able to fully afford the cost of housing, but they may need some form of subsidized housing solutions, low-income housing solutions, and persons who may be looking to improve their housing stock. We believe 150,000 solutions. So whether it is a total house or access to land, that is what we would need. Presently, if we had all the funds today to build 150,000 houses, we could not do it. We don't have the contractors who can contract at scale. We now don't have an enterprise level contractor in the country who could build 10,000 houses over the next year. And that is a major issue of the supply side constraints that face the housing market. Presently, the NHT has been tasked with developing 40,000, we say 42,000 housing solutions. Right now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the NHT's performance, the NHT has, at the end of 2025, somewhere in the region of about 31,540 housing starts going back from 2016. So, Mr. Speaker, since this administration, that is the number of housing units that we have started. In terms of housing completions, 21,166. These figures may need some updating because I'm not giving you up to March of this year. In terms of mortgages, the NHT, Mr. Speaker, would have, since 2016, issued 67,249,000 mortgages. So while $11.4 billion, Mr. Speaker, is significant, if you were to total up the housing expenditure on mortgages, housing starts, and housing completed, you'd be looking at $343 billion expended by the NHT on housing. To make the point even clearer, Mr. Speaker, the highest level of expenditure under the PNP administration in 2012 was $24.3 billion. That's the highest level of expenditure. $24.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, this administration, under the NHT, under this administration, spent $28.43 billion. In 2019, $37.1 billion. In 2020, $41.57 billion. In 2021, $48.2 billion. In 2022, $46.51 billion. In 2023, $45.94 billion. In 2024, $30.24 billion. And in 2025, this is up to the 31st of March, 2025, $24.4 billion. So, I therefore want to dispel this argument that is being purveyed in the public domain that the government taking $11.4 billion from the NHT is somehow depriving the NHT of expenditure. Every year since 2018, the NHT's expenditure has been increasing substantially and at points have doubled what was spent under the PNP administration. So these are matters that we must concern. So in summary, I don't need to go further than that point that I've made. The administration is not taking the funds from the NHT for reasons that are not solid and sound reasons. We must preserve the fiscal integrity of the government's operations. And this fiscal integrity is something that benefits every Jamaican. And I want you to think of it this way. if we didn't have the $11.4 billion from the NHT, it would have to come from somewhere else. Likely more taxes. Second point, Mr. Speaker, there is no windfall from the government from the present geopolitical situation with oil prices. The leader of the opposition is suggesting that somehow we are collecting more taxes on oil, on fuel. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to be absolutely clear that we haven't said too much about this situation, but the government has essentially taken steps that cushion the public from the full impact of the increases in oil prices. And that comes at a cost that is likely to be far greater than any revenues that come from the SET on fuel. So there is no argument that is saying that the government is getting a windfall and therefore we don't need to take the funds from the NHT. So those are some points, Mr. Speaker, that I think it is important that the public considers when they pronounce their judgment on the government's action in taking the funds from the NHT. It is not something that we want to do, it's not something that we do lightly, it is something that is imperative that it be done. And we, like every other Jamaican, longs for the day when we will not have to take the funds from the NHT. That will happen as the right decisions that we are making today inure to the growth of our country. Decisions like the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which will fast-track growth and development in this country, because that is the only way, Mr. Speaker, to increase revenues, growth, jobs, income for the people of Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would have heard from the persons before me, the members before me. But, Mr. Speaker, I only rise because of my concern that the memorandum of objectives and reasons, of objects and reasons is not, it certainly isn't reflecting what I'm hearing from the Prime Minister. It is not reflecting what I heard from the Finance Minister, and it certainly is not reflecting from the Minister of Water and Environment, respectfully. So one of the key things is that I'm pointing to the memorandum of objects and reasons, and it says that the Section 3 of the Act provided that this would continue until the 31st of March 2026 and then expire. So there was an expectation that the pull down, there would have been an expiration date. The discontinuation of these annual contributions will result in a significant fall off in government revenue. It goes on to say that the government's economic program relies on these transfers to fund some expenditures in the national budget, without which expenditure would require reduction or a tax package tabled to cover the shortfall. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say this. I am sure that the Prime Minister will agree. The danger is the thought of this being an indefinite exercise. Now, I'm saying this in the context that the ordinary Jamaican, his or her expectation is to own a piece of the rock, a piece of Jamaica. Cannot put it any simpler. There is an aspect of this 11.4 billion that the ordinary man will never appreciate or come to terms with.
And that is what this conversation is about. There are persons who have a desire, who when qualified, only wants to get the pull down, their share. Not that the government will provide the housing, but the ability to be able to purchase the land and the ability to build that house. Now, there are persons who are not getting the services from NHT for many other reasons. The outsourcing, the mortgage is not coming from NHT, the requirement, the clogs, the fetters that would make it impossible for them to be able to own a home currently. Now, one has to look at the aspect that the necessity has not been explained. For instance, we're hearing that because of Melissa, this is now a requirement. Now, I will say this, it's not reflected in the memorandum of objects and reasons. Not one line or sentence that Melissa is one of the reasons. No, because what I'm saying is there must be justification for what is an indefinite extension for, and I would not want to be the bearer of bad news. I am not a prophet, but to say, if we experience a hurricane this year, and next year, and the year after, then what is being said from these explanations is that there will always be a need for pull down. That is why when the opposition leader stood today and said, perhaps if the extension were for a year, possibly the conversation could take place. Because we have to, we definitely, respectfully, and I only ask that the contribution is for the people. That's all I'm saying. The contribution that I'm making is for consideration for the ordinary Jamaican to come to terms with the fact that when they hear that the object and purpose of the NHT is so the common man can own a home. And when one puts it highfalutin or at a place where the common man cannot appreciate, then we have to have the conversation. And so, if I have to use the Prime Minister's words, he said the government is not utilizing resources from the NHT for purposes that are not of national importance. But this today, the Finance Minister says, is to cover expenses. Doesn't say what the national importance is. Hold on. In a language that the common man can understand. And listen. I am quoting. Hear me. It's fine. You know, Mr. Speaker, there is a particular standing orders that you can use if I'm being interrupted or feel as if I'm being bullied. But I would never dare do that, but to say that if I will be allowed to speak for persons who cannot speak in this House, please permit me to do so. That is all I'm asking. There has to be some form of specific language that we can point to so that the ordinary man can appreciate what we are talking about national importance. In 1993, don't know how old I was at that time, but the then Prime Minister Patterson had pulled down on the NHT for educational purposes. It was quite specific, and I'm sure everybody can agree where that is concerned. When one looks at the history and why the pull down took place in 2013, the country was at an impasse and under strict regulation under the IMF. If I'm incorrect, I stand corrected. I am here to learn. Now, when that time has expired, we have seen where the pull down took place up until 2026. I am simply saying, when an additional 5 years is tacked on to it, it starts to appear that this is something that is going to be indefinite. Yes? Oh, where is the energy? Where is the energy minister? Where you need him? One would think we'd never lose light. Yes, there it goes. All right. But here, where's the member from West Portland? We just lost light. But anyway, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is where one looks at the memorandum of objects and reasons, legally, the reasons for the pull down or the justification will not be consensus ad idem with what is being asked. Now, having said that, perhaps, and I will only say, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister, the government, the Cabinet, can consider a revisiting in terms of the pull down to be of a shorter term. Perhaps there is always room for negotiation, if not some form of explanation so the people can understand. And it is for those reasons why at this juncture, I am painstakingly saying because it was never created for this type of expenditure, in the context that when the Prime Minister says we would have to pull from somewhere, one can recall the Norman Manley International Airport future earnings. Same for the Sangsters Airport. And if I'm to understand what I'm hearing or what the common man hears is, nowhere no left who we take money from. And so NHT, we're going to have to take from NHT. Yeah, that is actually what the message that is with those reasons. The absence of a proper reason linking Melissa, in the absence of the memorandum of objects and reasons, stating clearly what is the national importance of pulling down for an additional 5 years, I cannot respectfully support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill for plain and simple reason. Plain and simple reason. It makes no sense to have monies in the rest of government and central government is broke. Makes no sense. So the member from Portland asked about a reason. The memorandum actually gives the reason. So fiscal consolidation is a public financing strategy, and it is used to address broader financial goals. And if the choice is between raising taxes and putting a greater burden on the backs of Jamaicans at this time, or using monies in the rest of government to ensure that government can finance what needs to be financed, then I think the bill is worth supporting. It is important to remember that not so long ago, a lawsuit was brought to examine the nature of the trust because of the use of the word trust. And that judgment brought a lot of clarity. Choice is not always between good and bad, better and worse, or good and better. So for me, at this time, with everything that is happening in the nation, if the rest of government has money that can be used responsibly and well for fiscal consolidation, as opposed to heaping tax burden on the backs of Jamaicans when they are trying to recover, get back on their feet, I believe this is a better choice, and the bill should be supported.
Member from Eastern Westmoreland.
You're not going to love it. You're not going to love it. You're not going to love it. You're not gonna... Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I sat, Mr. Speaker, and I wasn't necessarily minded to say anything. However, when I listened to the blatant hypocrisy that was coming from that side, it compelled me to my feet to make a contribution to this bill. Now, if we're listening to this conversation, the first thing that we're hearing is that if we did not do this, we would have to increase taxes. But several times, the members on this side, including the Prime Minister himself, has gone out and said that we increased taxes on the backs of the people in our previous administration. And he himself said that this was a raid on the NHT. And he said that these funds should be ring-fenced. He said that in the House, and he said that on national programs. No. The point is being made that, yes, there is a disaster. No. There was a natural disaster in 2025, Hurricane Melissa. But there was a man-made disaster in the JLP administration between 2007 to 2011. Because when there was the international crisis, the depression, their Minister of Finance said that it would benefit Jamaica. That's what he said. They went on to then abandon the IMF agreement. And it is because of those reasons that we were placed in a position that we had to draw down on the funds from the NHT. To now come and make the very point that because you have a disaster, you now can draw down on it when you took the opposite position a few years ago, cannot just be allowed to pass as if it is nothing. The member from North East St. Ann is making the point that it is because of fiscal responsibility and the position that we are in. The debt to GDP of Jamaica at that time was over 140%. The debt to GDP now is less than 100%. How is it that they complained at that time when the debt to GDP was over 140 to say that this was irresponsible and should not be done? But now when the debt to GDP is down way less than 100, all of a sudden it is now the fiscal responsibility to do. That level of hypocrisy cannot be allowed to stand. The next point, Mr. Speaker, that is being made, that, oh, this is because of Melissa. This has been going on for 10 long years. Melissa was 2025. This has been going on from 2016. So the government cannot be allowed to just come to the Parliament and to totally ignore the total tribal statements that they made before, unpatriotic statements when they placed the country in a precarious position and we had to beg to restore Jamaica's reputation. They can't come now to ignore that and suggest that all of a sudden what they are doing is the responsible thing. They are being hypocritical. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard a few things being said here today. The Prime Minister said that they're not ignoring the law. Who was ignoring the law back then when he was carried on? I beg your kind pardon. I beg your kind pardon. I beg your kind pardon. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. No. The Prime Minister said that the leader of opposition is willing to put the country at risk because of ego. What was the leader of opposition in 2013 doing when he was opposing here, when he was supporting court action against it, when he was doing everything to ensure that we could not withdraw the funds from NHT, and at that time the debt to GDP was much worse than what it is now? Was it ego that he was putting the country at risk for them? Was he putting the country at risk for ego at that time? That level of hypocrisy, PM, is palpable. Palpable. No. I learned that in medical school in 2003, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No. The Prime Minister went on to say that we do not have a demand problem. Whole heap of people want houses. As a matter of fact, 150,000. I am paraphrasing for the member there that is not familiar with the English language. I am not yielding for that. The essence of the Prime Minister's point is that we do not have a demand problem. There is no point of order.
Member,
there is no point of order.
Member,
there is no point of order.
Member, you cannot determine that. It's not for you to determine. It's not for you to determine. Allow me to hear. It's not for you to determine.
What is
Member, your point of order.
Yeah.
Not only is the member misleading the House, he's factually incorrect. The Prime Minister never said that there was not a demand problem. What the Prime Minister said is that even if we wanted to spend the over $100 billion that were needed to spend to build houses, we did not have the capacity to do it. So he's not being factually correct in saying that the Prime Minister said there wasn't a demand problem. So he's misleading the House.
Member, you can now take back the floor.
Point of order.
You're telling me that you're taking a point of order on a point of order. No, no, no. Continue with the presentation.
Mr. Speaker, the member is not listening to his leader because the Prime Minister made the point in trying to position the argument in a basic economic principle of demand and supply. He said that Jamaica does not have a demand problem. There's a need for 150,000 houses. Jamaica has a supply problem. That is what he said. So that member should listen to the Prime Minister when he's speaking. No, I am saying if there is a supply problem where we are short 150,000 houses, who could help to increase that supply to the market? Who? If we make an intelligent guess, could the National Housing Trust actually play a role in putting those, in increasing those supply to the market? Absolutely yes is the answer. No. The Prime Minister went on to say, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went on to say that there are issues, and the member from North East Centre said it, there are issues that would cause them not to be able to build the houses. One, land issues. That is why, in the last election campaign, we said that we would decrease the period of time for you to own government land from 60 years to 25 years so that we will put land in possession of the people so that they could build on their own lands. Because it's not all of the construction has to come from government. People can build on their own lands if they are given those lands. Right? And the members opposite confuse the public in saying, here goes the PNP, they want to take away your land. Not telling the public that the current time for private land is actually 12 years. And that the period being proposed by the opposition was twice the period for the private land, and it was in relation to government-owned land. Mischief, 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 right? And then come to pretend as if they are brand new. They come now, Mr. Speaker, to pretend as if they are brand new. And I am not finished, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because the Prime Minister went on to say, even if we had all the money, we still couldn't build the houses because we don't have the contractors. But a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I was told here that NARA would fix all of these problems. So I want to know now, how is it that even with all of the money, we can't rebuild the houses for the people down in eastern Westmoreland? How is it that we still cannot build the houses for the people in eastern Westmoreland? No. No. Dave, you had your chance. You had your chance. No, you had your chance. I listened to you. You had your chance. I listened to you. No. Mr. Speaker, there are some persons who contribute to the National Housing Trust. And when they make their contribution, Mr. Speaker, and they apply, they tell them that they do not qualify. Well, Mr. Speaker, in Jamaica, especially in rural Jamaica when we're growing up, and if you're growing up in poverty, we have a thing named partner. And the basic rule of partner, comrade, forgive me. Remember me, the basic rule, no, that would be a misnomer. Member me, the member from Southwest Central, the basic rule of partner is that if you throw a hand, you must get a draw. If you throw a hand, you must get a draw. It's a basic rule of the partner system. Therefore, seeing that the contribution to the NHT is mandatory, it is mandatory. Persons who are employed are not asked to make the contribution. It is mandatory. It is taken out of their salaries automatically. And if they make that mandatory contribution, every single contributor to the NHT should stand to get a benefit from the NHT. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have constituencies like Western Westmoreland, Central Westmoreland, Eastern and Western Hanover, South St. James, Northeast St. Elizabeth, even Southwest St. Elizabeth, because some of the members here can't talk for their constituency, you know. They can't speak up. Northwest St. Elizabeth and other places, where the devastation is so severe. You have members there that are making contribution and don't stand to get a benefit. I work in a hospital. As a doctor, I stand to get a benefit from NHT, and when the porter goes to apply, he's told that he's not qualified. So the doctor who earns more and is in a better position qualifies, but the porter who is at the lower end is the one that doesn't qualify to get a benefit. Meaning that we would be using the poorer people to subsidize the richer people in the system. That cannot continue to operate in that way. And that is a fact. Any member here that doesn't know that that is happening is not on the ground in their constituency. No. These members of my constituency, whose houses have been destroyed, you know what we were told, Mr. Speaker? You know what we were told? We were told that over 1,000 residents from Eastern Westmoreland still cannot get electricity. And we were told that 40% of that, over 400 people, are not in a position to receive it because their homes have been totally destroyed. I am saying, if there is a surplus of funds within the National Housing Trust, and there is a deficit of housing in the country, if you want to do other things, let me say I'm not commenting on that right now, others will, but I'm commenting on the housing part of it. How is it that there is a surplus of funds within an agency that is supposed to be dealing with housing? We have our brothers and sisters suffering out there with tarpaulin over their houses. People in the tourism sector who get 6 pieces of wood, 6 pieces of zinc, 3 bag of nail, and don't get nothing else. How is it that we are comfortable with those persons in that precarious position, and we have a surplus that we decide that we are going to use it for budgetary support? I am not spreading any misinformation. I am speaking of a presentation that I saw, and Minister, please, Minister, please. Minister, please. The issue, Mr. Speaker, I just want you to stop for a second. And I want you to think that these persons, because we're saying this is because of Melissa, you know, and that has been my fundamental problem here, you know, with the NARA legislation and with this. There are 15 minutes remaining on the clock, man. Right? It has been my fundamental problem. That when a Category 5 hurricane makes landfall in a constituency, and that constituency, the entire constituency suffers damage from a Category 5. It did not break in Eastern Westmoreland. The entire constituency of Eastern Westmoreland suffered from a Category 5 hurricane. That is the reason why everybody else is celebrating that they have electricity fully restored, but I have 400 people who don't even qualify to get it restored because there's no building to put it on. That is the reason. When I come here, I am talking on behalf, what do you mean wrap up when I have 14 minutes to go? There's the time. No, you're standing order, Mr. Speaker. Each member has 30 minutes to contribute. Each member has 30 minutes. There's the time. You can't be telling me to wrap up when I have 14 minutes on the clock. What is really going on here? What is really going on here? I am not here on my own behalf, you know, sir. I am here because of the privilege afforded to me by the people of Eastern Westmoreland. And had it been for you and other members there, I wouldn't be here. So when I come here, I'm not here to please you because you came there to campaign so that I wouldn't reach here. So I'm not here because of you. I am here despite of you. Right? So I am going to speak on behalf of my people who sent me here. Right? No. This is my third term in here, and it's your third. Don't fly past your nest. Don't fly past your nest. It's your third term in here. Right? Mr. Speaker, the people who have suffered from the damage of the hurricane that are still living on a tarpaulin, and I invite the members opposite to take a drive through the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland. Two times the PA has been there. 2 times. Right? Now, if you take a drive through the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland, approximately 40% of the houses still have tarpaulin on them. When I hear these grand things about how much we have recovered, I don't see it, you know. Because there are areas that I go to that still look like the day after the hurricane. It still looks like the day after the hurricane. You still have people that are living on a tarpaulin. You still have children that go to school, the lower grades Monday to Wednesday and the upper grade Thursday to Friday. That is the reality of what is taking place there. So when we are going to talk about the surplus that we have, and that no actuarian has said to us that this will damage the financial position of the NHT, then why have we not taken a decision then to use some of those funds to ensure that we can restore dignity to the people of the constituency? But for the grace of God, it could have been any one of us. But for the grace of God, it could have been any one of us that would have suffered that damage. It is our duty and our responsibility to ensure that we do justice to those people who have suffered the damage. And so, Mr. Speaker, until the day when I hear of some meaningful assistance to the people of Eastern Westmoreland, I will never stop speaking.
I know. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. I'll be very brief. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, I had to make my contribution on this matter today because, Mr. Speaker, I've been member of Parliament for, this is the 5th term for Western St. Andrew. And I have been continually, too much noise, man. I've been consistently arguing for a housing relief program in my constituency. Consistently, with no success. Mr. Speaker, if I were told today that this amendment was being sought to ensure that housing agencies like the HAJ, which is part of the housing solution in this country, is being considered as part of the funds from this project, then I would be assured that the mission continues about providing reasonable housing for people who need these housing. I've proposed housing programs. And the NHT, which has been invited to examine and to look at the housing program, have told me that they cannot participate in it because their survey says the persons do not qualify. Now, when we, too much noise, man, too much noise. When the fact of the matter is that the demand for the houses are clear, palpable. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the bill and the terms of the bill, I first of all want to agree with the member that the objects and reasons are very wide, and for those of us who are concerned that the housing trust be put back and that its mission be strengthened and refocused, are concerned that these resources is just a general raid and to use for general purposes. Important as that is, but I think the member before me spoke very clearly that when we were faced with IMF and the tremendous fiscal pressures, the challenges came that the money from NHT shouldn't be used. No, Mr. Speaker, what really is needed is we really need a proper dialogue on the NHT. That is really needed. We really needed shoring of all of the hypocrisy and all of that. We really need to have a proper discussion about the NHT. It cannot be that every time, and the language here makes it very concerning because it says this is just for general purposes, and the Prime Minister argues that the money is there, and someone else argues that if it wasn't there, where? And we'd have to impose taxes. Now, this government has demonstrated dexterity in coming up with some creative solution with forward sales of airports and all kinds of different things. And so, no, I don't mind anything. I'm simply saying, I am simply arguing the point. I am simply arguing the point. Come on, man. Come on, man. So, no, come on. Seven terms says a great deal. You don't get no 7th term by not saying anything. And you shut up yourself. You shut your mouth. Shut up your mouth. You don't want me to. Anyway. No, please. So, Mr. Speaker, my point is simply this. We have not had a proper conversation about NHT and the use of the resources of NHT. And if today what was here was a proper conversation, a consistent dialogue about the NHT and the use of those funds from the NHT, then I think someone like me who have real concerns about how we address the housing situation in an inner city constituency like Western St. Andrew would be very keen to understand that and to participate in that. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that we're here talking about just a general relocation to avoid taxation when the object and mission of NHT is being, again, watered down. It's being watered down. We need, and those of us who are concerned about housing as a critical element of the human development and the human condition, want to understand that what we are focused on is addressing the issues of concern, that the NHT be restored to a place of primacy, that the resources there are not watered down, so that we have all kinds of arrangements and mortgages and all kinds of other arrangements that seeks to undermine and have the effect of undermining the strength and the clarity of NHT and its focus of providing houses for the Jamaican people. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker, and I expect that when the opposition leader says, had there been some discussion, we might have come to some arrangement. Because those of us who are concerned about energy, and I think properly so, need to know that this is not an open-ended, and we just use them. And the reason why the debate, the negotiation and discussion wasn't had is because we have the numbers on the side. So if you have your number on your side and you're going to pass it anyway, well, why the conversation? You said people vote you in as majority government. You don't need a conversation. You don't need a conversation. So what support you need from the opposition at this point? What support do you need from the opposition at this point? Mr. Speaker, we have to be much more intentional about this. We have to be much more serious about this because you have a statutory institution that is being cannibalized in important ways. We need to refocus the debate on the NHT, and to make sure that we continue to have an agenda and a mission to provide housing for those who need it, including contributors, but more than contributors, those who need housing in Jamaica. And if this were the bill, I would be supporting it. This is not the bill that requires our support. The majority, they have the majority to support this bill for general purposes, and so let them vote for this. I will not be voting for this.
Member from St. Catherine North. Western.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would be displeased if the citizens of St. Catherine North Western would have been confused by the suggestion that I am now in St. Catherine North. And understanding the quip by the opposition side or the other side of how often I move, I want it to be clear that I still remain in St. Catherine North Western and have not insisted on moving my fellow in St. Catherine North. But notwithstanding, there is a Bible verse that came to mind. That said, even the birds have their nest and the fox have their den. In that case, it says, but the Son of Man had nowhere to lay his head. It is not in the exact form, but it does capture our reality as a country. That there are many human beings that have been denied one of the most basic needs of having shelter over their head. Indeed, I read recently in the newspaper that over 50% of Jamaicans had indicated that their intent in the next few years is to migrate from Jamaica. Indeed, I have always had a concern of a person being termed a squatter in the only country that cannot deport him. If it is you have no place in the only place that cannot ask you to leave, there is a need for those in charge of policy to be more committed to shelter and housing moving forward. Now, the government, I'm coming to that. The government has gained great political value from trumpeting the argument, no new taxes. and in seeking to cover the natural expenses of government. And that was very important to be highlighted by Member Fort, Malahoo Fort from St. James. Is it Northwestern? West Central, who indicated that government had expenses and that there shouldn't be a space with funds available that government refused to use. There is an important explanation that must be highlighted, that no one on this side is asking for the non-use of available funds. Indeed, we're asking for the purposive use, to use those funds for a purpose that we on this side believe is important. It therefore must be highlighted if those on the other side are not of an equal commitment to solving the crisis of housing that we face. That crisis can be captured in over 600,000 being perceived and defined as squatters. And it extends itself to over 150,000 who wants but can't get. You see, when it was highlighted that there is no demand problem, nobody needs to say that the Prime Minister's actual words, in quotation, verbatim, was that there is no demand problem. But if it is that you have over 150,000 demanders who cannot access true supply, then there is no demand problem. There is, however, a supply problem. When we speak to the funds available to NHT, the question that first should be asked is if there are any systems that NHT can facilitate to help to reduce the supply problem. Therefore, we would look at the access to capital. Can NHT give greater access to capital? We would not have been in any form of dissent if NHT had concocted a method of giving greater access to capital. The second component is that we need an active and capable labor force. One of the greatest shortage in construction is an active and capable labor force. We sell the notion of 3% unemployment without indicating to the public that it doesn't include the 727,000 Jamaicans who have given up on finding work, refused to engage, and almost over 100,000 more who are underemployed. Just 2 days, 1 hour for the week, counted as employed. So if there was a design to increase the competence of the labor force, whether through working with heart or otherwise to create a construction corps that would eventually be able to build more houses, practical experience on the job, right? Learning from others, certifying those who learn from them, uncle. If you were partnering with heart, there would have been no objection on this side. Natural resource through land. A lot of the people who can't even get a start, who are being perceived as squatters, is because they can't access land. If there was a strategy, and I don't know how JLP, the government side, all of a sudden start to speak to, oh, that was your idea. You have never shown a reservation to stealing ideas in the entire life. So those that are good, the Prime Minister indicated that he was the best baby father. And if any good idea is there, he would take it. How can access to land not be perceived as a good idea? But in addition, we come into that. In addition, we also heard the leader suggest the time that is being proposed. Because there was before Melissa 10 years that this government consisted and continued to raid the band. And in raiding the band, sold a lie that there was no new burden on the people. Yet you're taking the resources of the people. The difference between a trust and a tax is that in a trust, it is held on your behalf. In a tax, it is removed and used as the government sees fit. And so if the government sees fit to pay wages, he does so. If they see fit to print all these things that has been printed here for a speech that can be seen, will be emailed to us later, it is going to be done in the same way. If they see fit to do whatever whims and fancy come to mind, it is not held on behalf of the people. So, as the member from Eastern Westmoreland indicate, that as is being operated, the NHT can be perceived as assisting the better off through the contributions of the worst off, as is being operated. But there is nothing within the rules of the NHT that disqualifies fixing that. I will tell you of one of the things that stuck with me when my father died when I was 15 years old. And I'll mention his name for the record, George Crawford. When he was sick, he said, I can only leave you advice. I'll never forget that. He said, me can't give you nothing but advice. As a little boy, them time, you know, why you nothing what your parents say. And so in talking to you, he must say, yo, me have nothing else to give other than advice. As I got older, I said to myself, how did he feel? That he couldn't leave me a house. He couldn't leave me a car. He never even drove a car. He said he had nothing but advice. And since then, I became committed to the concept of willing NHT to your children. Because at that time, I couldn't use his points. But he worked all his life, contributed to NHT, and died with it. If he could will that NHT to me, how much quicker would I have been able to own a piece of property? If that was a proposal here today, none of us would have been in resistance. Right? I don't assume come to that. But I knew that many a Jamaican who are on their deathbed wish they could sign a paper that I have nothing but done what I have worked for you. That can change within the NHT. If that was before us, no one would have been in opposition. Additionally, it is indeed a different conversation. But the more the money is taken, is the less we can afford the things we are discussing. It is not unlimited funds. So therefore, when the barn is raided, there's no fruits to deliver to the people. But because the law does not define the principle, I hear the member from St. James talking about the law has changed. The principle that was defined was that this was an important spend for the housing needs of the people. That's right. How much of us in here? I mean, most of us had equal experience. Well, when you come off a bus, no one turn up in your yard because there's zinc fence and your dirt road. You walk past a yard till bus drive off. How much of us in here would wish that NHT would have considered that most of the reserve funds that was not claimed were not claimed by those same people whose children walk past the zinc fence and walk past the mud? How much of us? We move again to that fact that housing isn't defined only by the walls and the shelter, the roof. Look at Olaba now, who needs a high school with greatest import. The Olaba shift system now have almost 1,500 per each shift. because the housing development that happened in Olaba never came with the infrastructure that was needed to make adequate citizenry. This proposal is not to build a school for those communities or to transform the schools that we have experienced, that when I go to my school now, it's the same setup as when I was in school. You go to a school in 2026. When I was at KC in 1991, it is the same setup as now. And you don't say you use NHT to improve the school infrastructure because most people go to a school closest to their yard. Are we not of that understanding that primary schools were built in walking proximity so that people could have access to adequate schooling is what we have now, where you're dividing a class with chalkboard adequate schooling? Would we on this side have been in any way not support if you were putting in that infrastructure? And then how much people taxing and go up at them yard? How much road work now in West and Eastern Westmoreland and Anova that a person have to walk half the way because no vehicle will go up there? There's a place in Northwest St. Catherine called Bermody. I wrote to the Ministry of Education that no taxi goes to Bermody. No delivery truck wants to go to the school. A 7-year-old in walking from Bermody was raped. And we don't have a schoolwork program, but we have a farm road program. So you have a farm road program, but you don't have a school road program. It is important to get out the farm goods, but it's not important to get the children there. If NHT was going to improve school roads so that those within proximity could access, none of us would have been in opposition. So selling this thing as if we are proposing that NHT money should be left in abeyance. Nothing like that is true. We on this side have gone in most cases through the suffering of inadequate housing, through the suffering of squatting community, through the suffering of inaccess to water and adequate electricity. I am saying to you, my friend, that if you were transferring some funds to rural electrification so as to appropriately carry electricity to communities that have to stretch wire, you have indicated you're taking it to the consolidated fund. And what we are saying is not the non-spending of NHT money. It is the likely misspending when it goes within the consolidated fund. So what I am saying, you can't stop me today. What I'm saying, multiple housing schemes have not received any investment in infrastructure in the longest time. Multiple houses have been lost because hydrants have not been maintained. Multiple people have suffered the indignity of being bulldozed from their houses and their property. We don't have to talk about Clifton. All we're saying on this side is that if housing is as important to you as it is to us, ring-fence housing money on behalf of housing. That's all we're saying. Both directly in the walls and the roof, and indirectly in the communities and the access to that which is humane. One way we can always quickly spend is on the basic schools that I'm carrying you to court for in very short time. Thank you.
Member from Centre and South East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, The Prime Minister and the Minister might.
We have to break away from a live feed coming to us from the Parliament of Jamaica, a remarkable speech given to the people in the Parliament of Jamaica by none other than Member of Parliament Damien Crawford. But we have to break away from it because we have a live coverage of the Mek Wi Talk program coming up with yours truly, Jeffrey Tavares. My special guest tonight will be Opposition Spokesperson and National Security, Mr. Fitz Jackson, and Bishop Harold Blair. Why is the church so silent? State judicial killing in Jamaica and why the church is so quiet. That's our topic tonight. And my special guests are Opposition Spokesperson and National Security, Member of Parliament, MP Fitz Jackson from the People's National Party, and Bishop Harold Blair Jr. They will be my special guests this evening. So as we break away from the Mek Wi Talk, we break away from the Houses of Parliament, I want to say thank you all very much for watching this part of the live coverage of the Parliament of Jamaica. We're going to break away and go over to live feed of the Mek Wi Talk program. So join me over there. Until you hear my voice again, I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. May God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Good afternoon.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Mek Wi Talk.